Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing fantastically today. I am joined by not one but two grandmasters. We are lucky ducks in the stream today. How are you guys doing? We have Grandmaster Srinath and Grandmaster Toms.
Yeah, hello. First of all, welcome, Srinath. Good to have you here with us, joining, and welcome everybody at another, hopefully, exciting day, um, in in the tournament, in the match.
Scores.
And so we've been speaking about the first two games quite a lot with Jesse here, and so we can get some different perspective as well. Just recapping on how the first 2 days of the match are going from your perspective. So, what was something that stood out for you so far in the match?
Well, other than. Oh, sorry, go ahead. No, I was just talking about how we were looking at the match 2 days ago and how it went from completely equal in an endgame to decisive. What are your thoughts?
I was really surprised by how the second game turned out, and I I think it's also exciting that it's just been two games, but we already have one decisive result. A bit different from the Open World Championship in that sense, where actually it was also a decisive result pretty early on in the Vocation match as well. Yeah, but yeah, I think it's exciting that we have such an early decisive game, which I think makes the match really interesting because when we have a result early on, it makes the other player want to strike back, and in general, I think it leads to a lot more fighting games early on. Especially, this is something we have seen with Ju and Jun in our previous matches. That when she goes down, in the subsequent games, it's always a fight, and she's always looking to get back. I think she was also lagging behind a bit early on in her previous match, but she managed to get back in just a few games. So I'm excited, and I'm really looking forward to how she tries to hit back today, or how you know Black defends.
Yeah, actually, also referring back to the previous match and so on, which is interesting that it was played in the same format, that 6 games were played in Shanghai and 6 games were played in Chongqing, if I'm pronouncing the city's name correctly. And Ju and Jun being from Shanghai, in the previous match, she also lost the match portion, which was played in her hometown in Shanghai. And then when she went somewhere away, then she, won the match and everything like still with extra. So it's interesting to see that again in her hometown, she is starting with a loss and starting from behind.
Yeah, um, absolutely.
And so we are
And
expecting a sharp fight today. Any predictions on the opening?
Ooh.
so as far as I remember, she was not exactly going for the sharpest fights in the previous match. Yeah, as far as I remember, in terms of the openings.
Yeah, she was usually trying to go for them, kind of trying to squeeze
Trying
something
to get
out in the long game. Yes, but I was very surprised to see her play one e4 in the first game of the match when she was mainly d4 player. And do you think it's something that we are gonna see today again, or that was just one-time try and she is gonna return to something more familiar after unsuccessfully playing it in first game?
I think we might see something different today. What do you think, Jesse?
Yeah, I think that especially with the decisive result on the standings now, maybe that dynamic will shift. And it's one of those like med kits or emergency kits you open up. It's like I need to bring out the new prep so that I can maybe get a decisive result to level the score. So I am predicting, and very unpopular opinion, but e4. Yeah, I'm not sure if
Interesting.
that's a good prediction or not.
Yeah, I would. I'm gonna go with C4 as my prediction today. I don't know why. I don't no particular reason. Just that it will be something different. Another try. Like just a little bit feeling out the opponent in which direction she's going, in which line exactly. And what about your Srinath?
I would go with knight f3. Um, you know, uh, I feel one e4 can get a bit predictable, as she has already played it once, and also I think needs to a bit more of a direct fight. So I think she will want to change. And I remember she did quite a bit of, at least she did more of one knight f3 in her previous match. So I'm basing it on that.
And yeah, we were speaking with Jesse that we have almost no experience playing such matches, just very, very small one. And what about you, Srinath? Have you had a chance to play any matches? And do you know like what would players be thinking in these kind of situations when there's multiple games to go and they're behind and so on?
Um, yeah, I'm on the same page as you on this one, Tom. I haven't played a match before, at least not over the board. I think my only experience is maybe just some online blitz or rapid mini matches in different formats. The mini knockout ones with 2 games or 4 games, but nothing remotely close to this. Nor have I been in any kind of a coaching situation in similar situations. Again, the closest experience that I've seen is the World Cup in where there are a series of 2 matches, 2 classical games, and then we go right to tiebreak. So I think that's also a very different scenario from a World Championship match, where there is so much going on before the match, so many months of preparation, and also it's a very long match, which changes the dynamics by a lot.
That's true. I'm glad you mentioned the whole online match thing. I've definitely participated in some online matches, but we call it adoption matches more often than not. And if you manage to adopt someone by beating them 10 games in a row, they become your offspring. Yeah. So I have a lot of children I've never met before.
Oh, you have acquired them, and that's
Exactly, through adoption. Yeah, out of context, it's great. And we do have a prediction in chat at the moment, so you can bet your channel points. I even participated myself. It's Ju and June versus Tan Zong Yi. Result. If we were to guess, at least put some guesses in, what do you think the result will be today? Another draw? Tan maybe trying to fight for another victory?
uh, I would go with a draw as a result. I mean, Tan so far has been so convincing in her speed and the opening play and everything that I expect another game where she comfortably just escapes the opening phase and later on doesn't take too big risks because she's ahead and she wants Ju to be attacking.
I think I'm gonna go with a win for Ju, just to get a varied perspective. Last time it took her 3 games, yeah, to strike back, but maybe she'll strike back instantly this time.
I like the predictions. It sounds like you guys are much well versed, or more well versed rather, on the two players, which means that we might be able to do quite well in the trivia later.
I'm not really confident about that, but yeah, I mean, I think one thing we can be sure is it's going to be a long game today. Uh, I think Ju will want to try and get a position, and Are those the opening moves?
Yes, we
Yes.
have opening, and wow, that's
Oh
a
my gosh.
surprising one.
Prediction for the win. Sorry,
Very
I got excited.
Yes, congrats, Jesse.
Thank you.
Here's the first one. And I quickly checked. They didn't start with one knight of three, so
But that's actually interesting that in the first three moves, all our three moves got played: e4, knight f3, and c4.
Wow.
true. Good one.
So she was really trying to please us all in this regard.
Hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. Not in the exact order of how we are here, but it somehow works out.
Indeed.
So, what do we expect from this unusual c4 move against the Sicilian? Uh, is she gonna be looking to be playing similar kind of structures like in the previous game? Just after somewhere later on going d4 and then taking knight c6 and just playing against uh, yeah, very very similar structures than the previous game, or are we gonna see something very very unusual here by her? Uh, this is not something that you see very often. C4, I guess, as a move in this moment, and Tan is obviously not ready for it, as she has not instantly answered so far. Whenever she was in the opening preparation, she immediately played the move. Like when she was ready for, she didn't spend time on theater, any theater. I'm sorry. Yeah, she didn't spend any time on anything, like not pretending that she doesn't know or something. Just instantly blitzed out the move. Uh, so is this a good sign for Ju that she is thinking?
Is that would be a good thing for Ju and Jung, yeah, because Tan Zhongyi started with four knight of six in the previous match, which indicates that maybe she was going for the four knights. She wants to go into the four knights, but not allow the Rizzoli move. Yeah.
And we got a bunch of moves again on the board, and so uh, you meant that here she could be going for the some setups with four knights, like this kind in this direction, and just to show on the board that the viewers also could follow what we were speaking about. And instead with c4, she's trying to get somewhere else, just through the different move order, just to make sure that now no knight f6 is going to be coming, because of course it was going to be hit by e5, and knight has nowhere comfortable to go anymore. And now, after knight c6, she did go for the open Sicilian anyways, and we have bishop b4, knight c3, and now knight e7, not knight f6. Uh,
Yeah.
are any of you familiar with this position? I can't say that I am.
No, absolutely not. I think we need the Lichess Masters database to help out here. I see that there are a few games here, but I don't see any games by any grandmaster from this position. So in that sense, we are already in a super exciting and new territory. But I also cannot imagine Tan going into this position without preparing it deeply, without knowing it quite well. Which means I'm not sure if this opening is a win for Ju Wenjun or Tan Zhongyi yet.
Yeah, this is. This is very, very curious. Okay, now we have bishop e2, and are we gonna see somewhere early d5 and just getting rid of all the central pawns, and we are just getting a draw in move 20?
I would be very surprised if that happens. But it makes sense in terms of Black's strategy, yeah, by putting the knight on e7. It could mean two things. Either she wants to take on d4 and go knight c6 later on. But here, I think it doesn't make much sense because that would not solve the problem of the development of the queenside pieces, the c8 bishop and the a8 rook. In quite a lot of such Sicilian openings, time becomes an important factor, and it's a question of some Black often faces trouble on development of one side. Yeah, either on the king side if the queen side is well developed, or when the king side is well developed, as we see in this case with the bishop on b4 and knight on e7, then the queen side pieces often get neglected. So I guess Black's first priority would be to get those pieces out, and d5 is pretty much the way to go for that. And Black can either do this by starting with castle on the king side, or maybe d5 directly, depending on what she remembers from Stockfish.
And another interesting line that, of course, if she is more aggressively set, is that she can go for the castles and later with the plans on with f5, which is very, very often the way we also use the knight not being on f6, but being rather on e7, that we have this freedom to push the f pawn.
Yeah, absolutely. In those cases, then the light square bishop comes from b7, yeah?
Yes, so it would come from through b6 to b7 and start attacking potentially white's king, which would most likely is going to land on g1. Okay, so this is looking to be a very, very exciting battle, and yeah, so
Yeah,
maybe I have to
I
show.
think we. Sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to show like to the players that if we would go knight f6, this would here transpose to already very, very known kind of lines, and this is no longer like completely unknown territory. And there are a lot of games if you just go for this position, and then later on Black can just play e5 or with d5, which is not maybe that great, but yeah, this kind of setup is commonly played, and it promises a very, very long game. And so yeah, that's why. But I think this could be something that when June wanted to play today. So technically, it, at least according to the engines, it gives like a slight edge for white, and so you can just try to grind it out in a long battle. But yeah, Tan reacted to it with 97, just not to allow these theoretical positions and to be just playing something way more, way more fresh.
Yeah, way more fresh and way more in the ambush territory. Yeah, I think it's very common in such matches, especially, and in general in opening preparation, we are always trying to deviate as early as we can to take our opponent into an unknown territory where ideally we know a lot more and the opponent doesn't know as much. Uh, and we see that this is very effective. So she has gone for d5s, which is very concrete. And I think it's definitely part of her preparation. Just 6 minutes for the 7 moves, which likely indicates that she is recalling her preparation. And I feel like so far it's Black, Tanjongi, who has managed to achieve more out of the opening than Juven, the world champion.
I like what you said there, Srinath, taking her into unfamiliar territory. It reminds me of that quote by Mikhail Tal, I think, something along the lines of taking your opponent into a deep dark forest where 2 + 2 = 5. Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
that is my
Here
contribution to
your
the position. Oh, I'm learning a
Here, the
lot.
added advantage is you are held by stockfish in a legal way. Yeah? When you're taking your opponent into something unknown, but
Hmm.
something you remember from your opening preparation, you're literally making them play against stockfish, which is, of course, a battle that no human is ever going to be able to win. And of course, there's a legal way of doing it. You're preparing openings before the game and you're remembering the lines, but the stockfish lines.
Mm. I feel like it's an unfair advantage to those who have a terrific memory. Yeah.
Yeah, that is
It's always
very
unfair.
true. But yeah, so here actually, I think that Jill and John is now going to be thinking actually for quite a while and try to find a way not to exchange everything. Because these structures can often lead to very big simplifications and by very, and in a forced way. Just you really just exchange all these four pawns, and then in best case scenario, white is left with a slight edge due to some maybe more active bishop on f3 or something like this, or some more control on some open file. But to actually play for a win, it might be just very hard against opponent who is playing confidently. So, any thoughts how we can keep this game still spicy here from the white side?
Um, yeah, so firstly, if white chooses to throw in the knight into c6 in between, and black will likely capture with the b7 pawn. In that case, we likely go, yeah, that's exactly what happened in the game.
No,
We
that's
likely go
me. I was
into,
just playing out your moves.
okay, I'm sorry. uh, so if that happens, I think we can go into a potential pawn structure where black has this pawn on d5 and a7, and white has the pawns on a2 and b2. Yeah, which is it's still pretty close to equal, but it's at least a minor imbalance in the position, and maybe something to play with sometimes. Sometimes it can be something a very minor, a very nagging edge. And this kind of pawn structure, it comes in the Sicilian. Sometimes it comes out of the English opening as well, where black tries to go for this d5, and we have a similar pawn structure. So although the position itself doesn't have a lot of games yet, we might transpose into something familiar after uh, a potential knight into c6 and trade on the d5. That's, I think, one way in which the game can progress.
So if you look at the moves, then probably we would need to take now, or can we just afford the castle first? Are we considering at all to sacrifice the pawn in these kind of positions? Or are we even considering to take the pawn? I like to take some pawns and then think about it later. And since it's not our position to worry about, we can
That
see.
looks very adventurous.
So, so what? The problem is that we don't have any control over the dark squares anymore from the black side, but we do have a pawn, and it's not like the short castle can be stopped. It's gonna come in the next move, and then ideally I'm just gonna launch a full pawn storm at f5 and e5. uh,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um,
but
this
is
is, I
that
think, a very
something
interesting
that's
question. I've always wondered why not take bishop to c3 and take the pawn. It comes in a lot of these Sicilian structures, but it can also get very painful for black if white, manages to put a bishop on e3, for instance, and already it's a bit of a challenge, castling for black. Yeah, and there are also possibilities to play knight b5, get that knight to d6, but it, it- but sometimes black can also get ahead with this kind of a bishop to c3 and d takes c4.
yeah? So this would be a way to provoke somehow black at least for playing some more sharp game today. Just something that came to my mind as I assume that Juventus doesn't want to just simply exchange everything. Like we can play this, and castle, but I don't know. I am not convinced that this is what she wants to do. This is the pawn structure that you mentioned, that we could
Yeah,
take
exactly.
c4 and it would be just getting there. And yeah, now after castle here, we could get to some very, very familiar territories. I think this is already transposing to some game of mine.
Yeah, yeah. I noticed that too. Your game against Grandmaster Andrea is dear man. Yeah.
So I don't remember from what opening, but at the moment I see this position, I know that I had it, but yeah. So somehow it can get to the some known territory, but it was pretty hard to try to win this one. That is also what I remember. It was pretty painful wanting to win this position, as yeah, just there was not much going on.
Right. But you were black in that game, yeah. So I think I see you
Oh,
were black in that game, and you had a
that
22
particular game
move.
was black. Okay. I'm pretty sure I have then played also this position from the white side in that case. uh, as I do like to play sometimes e4, c4 setups against French. And then there can appear those structures as well a little bit.
So you're the reason why people hate playing the French now.
I wish I could claim that credit.
Yeah, I also quite don't enjoy the wing gambit played against the French. There's so many ways to ruin the fun, and that's one of them. Is this the live position right now?
Yes, this is what's
Okay.
happening on the board. This is what they're doing. So maybe this is exactly where we're gonna head right now, the territory, and with all the exchanges and so on.
Wow. This is interesting. Yeah. I can understand from Ju's point of view that she wants to keep things safe, and this also ensures that she doesn't need to calculate anything related to bishop into c3 and d takes e4, which is the other variation which was on the board. But on the other hand, I would have liked to give black that option if if I could tempt black to do that. Keep the pawn on e4. Maybe start with castle first instead of taking on d5, and castle knight into c6, b takes c6, maybe some queen e4. Just trying to tempt black into taking on c3, trying to, as much as possible, keep some options open.
Yeah, but I don't think you could manage to tempt black into taking on c3 in this particular position any longer. That would then those dark squares would be probably a little bit too much to handle already.
Yeah, true.
So probably yeah, that would be just met by something a5, but sure, like rook d1, and I do like this way better for white as a position to play for a win than what we have at the moment on the board. But yeah, I think that it's actually she could have been seriously concerned about this sacrifice here. As it's with a knight on f6, of course, white would be doing fantastic here. But with a knight on e7, it could be just good enough. And when you're pawn down, and especially, I would imagine that when you're -1 in the match, the prospect on risking with white pieces to fall -2, it is also a very, very scary one. Just thinking that you have the next game in the black pieces, and if you do actually take too much risk and you end up losing, you're in very, very bad shape.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you. And there's also a lot of dynamics related to the opponent you're facing, right? Like for instance, in a previous match against Li Tingjie, she was facing a younger opponent, a significantly younger opponent, I think, who was also much more concrete with her opening preparation, and therefore she had a certain strategy specifically aimed against that. Whereas against Dan Zhongyi, whom I'm not so familiar with, but I can imagine maybe she has a different strategy. It won't be the exact same way she played in the previous match.
Yeah, Tan is playing very aggressive chess. I mean, I really like her playing style. I was preparing for the match. I was checking out her games, and any chance that she had to go for some unclear pawn break, unclear pawn sacrifice, piece sacrifice, she just took it, and then just played the mess that arose on the board, and. And also that was always the case when they played with each other historically, as they played enormous amount of games between each other, starting already for since 2006 in the database, possibly even earlier also uh, on the games that were just not recorded. So it's just that, and all those games were very sharp and interesting. And now we are seeing already the third game in a row, which is which is calm, which is very very calm. So I guess this is something that is just being tried to be done for the match specifically, and uh, and I'm not actually sure which player is doing it. Is it Ju and Jun or is it Tan Zhongyi who is uh, changing the style of the game?
They clearly have the viewers in mind. They want to create as much entertainment as possible.
Yeah, but are we going to have entertainment today with this pawn structure with the d5 and a7 pawns? As Tom's pointed out, it's a super solid structure for black, right? Which is not easy, especially with the trade of the knights, if that happens.
I think what could sorry let me rephrase that. What could she be thinking right now about? Uh, is it castle or to go for something more sharp like d4? Would you consider going for this move in any way, or it's just very very risky since you're not gonna have enough squares for your bishop and your knight?
Exactly the problem. Yeah. D4, white just goes knight E4, and the bishop on B4 feels, I think, a bit out of place in this position, which
And also we could end up losing the pawn on d4 in case white launches something like a3, b4, bishop b2, and all of a sudden the pawn on d4 is undefendable.
yeah, absolutely.
So if not d4, then then what else? What is she thinking about? What other move rather
Or is
than
the question more like, why hasn't she played castle yet?
Maybe
maybe
she's
she's
out
thinking
getting a tea.
that is, I guess that's always the case in the regular open tournaments possibility. I'm not sure if it's here the case, as I assume they don't have a very very far way to get refreshments.
True.
Uh, but uh, but yeah. By the way, one thing that I was checking the regulations. Now you mentioned about the tea, is I saw that they have a zero tolerance rule in the match. So
Wow.
it has
For
disappeared in
tea?
general from.
Why would they take the tea away from the players? That's rude.
And yeah, so about the zero tolerance rule on its own, like it has disappeared from a lot of tournaments as
Mhm.
such. And what were both of your feelings whenever you played some events when you had to like stress that okay, I'm gonna be 10 seconds late for the game, I'm just lost. That's it.
Sorry?
Okay, I think zero tolerance is. I really disliked the rule. Firstly, I thought it was too much, the punishment for being late by a few seconds,
Mm-hmm.
a bit draconian, not in proportion with the crime, so as to say, of being a few seconds late. But I think it's a little bit acceptable if everyone is staying at the same hotel
Mm.
and they come to the game. But even then, in today's times, especially with all the fair play checks and everything, I think zero tolerance pretty much shouldn't be having any place unless I'm playing against Magnus in a match. In which case, I would really want the zero tolerance because that's my best chance of winning the match.
Because you'll still be rolling in on a bicycle. Oh, lovely.
No, against all these grandmasters, Arjun, Magnus, Prag, who came a bit late in a blitz tiebreak against Arjun and still ended up winning the game in the World Cup. Against all these players, maybe my best chance would be to have zero tolerance and score some points.
I
That's a
do like
very
that.
interesting take on that, but I guess I gotta agree on this statement. And what about you, Jesse? What do you think about this rule as such?
Yeah, so it's very. It depends. I feel like if it is a federated event and you stand a good chance to win the game and gain some rating, at least, having zero tolerance can often mean just defaulting your opponent and, no one gains rating. I mean, a point is a point, I guess, at the end of the day. Locally, though, they've implemented this thing if you arrive late or don't pitch for a game, they actually take off about 40 rating points of your local rating, just as punishment for not pitching up or being late. Of course, there's default of like 30 minutes or an hour depending on the time control, but not pitching up at all, yeah, has its consequences.
Hmm, that's an interesting approach. I've never heard of that before, but I like that in general. That punishing players for not showing up at all. Like there should be some consequences to that. And I just remember like Olympiads when there was zero tolerance, and it was always so stressful. You're just you're not sure what's the time. You don't have any phone with you or anything. Then
Mm-hmm.
you're thinking, okay, do I have time to go to bathroom? Do I have time now to pick up coffee or no? Do I have to be like sitting by the board? And yeah, it just was like so unpleasant in this kind of regard. But of course, I understand it that it doesn't look nice on the pictures when the round starts. There are all the sponsors and so on, and uh, and there's like half of the playing hall is missing.
Mm-hmm. Precisely.
Yeah, I think some kind of a middle point is where for instance, they enforce fines in some major events like the Tata Steel, where there's like a $250 or a €250 fine if someone turns up late. And
Mm-hmm.
this worked on Arjun. He was never late for his games in Tata Steel.
Is he usually late? I didn't know about his tardiness.
Yeah, in other opens and even in some places where he stays in the same hotel as the tournament hall, he can be a few minutes late,
Earlier.
just out of habit.
Mm-hmm.
But when there was a $250 fine, especially when he was playing in the challengers, he was always on time. He was always scared to go late. Even $100 fine works as a deterrent.
Oh, goodness. Okay, so negative reinforcement. Yeah, my community knows me very well. I'm always on time for streams when starting them. Not at all 30 minutes late all the time. Yeah. And what about punctuality in general? Do you find that, Srinath, that you are always on time for things?
I'm afraid not. So the thing is, I think there are two different cultures out here. One in India in general, people are always late for everything. We agree to meet at 5, and then good chances that we might both turn up at 5:15, for instance. And this is actually a very normal way of doing things. But I can imagine in certain other cultures, this is just not normal. Like for instance, maybe in Europe, people tend to be much more punctual. But since I live a lot more in India and I meet a lot more people around here, by habit I tend to be a bit later than I would like. I try to be on time as much as I can, but even today I was a bit late by 5 to 10 minutes than we agreed. Yeah.
It's okay. Tom's was
It-
even
it-
later. So, Thomas, what do you feel about punctuality?
Well, technically, we didn't agree on any time, but with
Okay.
me.
Yeah, no, true. I wasn't sure if you received the email. Okay. No, it's okay. You're
No, he was
excused.
not part of the thread.
Oh no, I should have let you know separately. I thought that I was like reply to all and like the whole world will know. Yeah, my apologies. That's on me. Sorry, Toms.
So then actually I showed up early if we
Yeah.
compare it with the other days.
Yes, very very early. I should have let you
Yeah.
know.
But no, the function, like I actually do try to be on time whenever I can, except for the games though. For the games, I usually don't let, and I don't show up on time. I somehow don't like to be waiting by the board for the round to start
Oh.
without knowing what to do. So
Yeah,
even
this
if
is a
I
common thing with I think a lot of chess professionals. I think it also has to do with the nervous tension we feel before the game. That it's not a pleasant thing to just wait for the opponent before the games. I think we normally just want to go and start playing.
I'm quite the
yeah,
opposite. I like to take in the atmosphere and familiarize myself with the board beforehand, adjusting every single piece for at least 5 seconds, you know? I'm way different.
oh, I would do that as well, but I would just do that after being late.
Likewise. Do you think it's the same experience with you as well, Toms? That there is a certain nervous tension before the game, and you would rather not spend too much time waiting at the hall before the game?
Yeah, I guess that is the case. That is probably the reason why I just don't feel comfortable just sitting and just waiting because exactly there's some tension that you just want to not be there. You don't want to spend the last minutes before the game somehow being tense. You want to be as relaxed as possible. So I'm just walking around. I'm looking where to get some refreshments or exploring, even just exploring the playing area. Even if I arrive early or earlier for the round, I fill the score sheet, and then I would be just walking around, just figuring out everything that is around. Maybe notice something interesting and so on. And just sit by the board just last minute.
By the way, Tan Zhongyi took captured with the pawn instead of the knight on the previous move. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh
Wow.
wow, yeah. So far everything was like we expected, but now indeed no knight takes d5, but c takes d5. I guess she did not study my games.
In preparation. And they're also not
That's
watching the commentary. How dare they? Honestly, it's like the best channel to watch commentary on. Do you think I understand that white would be left with the bishop pair, but do you think black is in any way planning on taking on c3? I'm a very impulsive player, and this would be one of my first ideas to sort of relieve the pressure on d5. What do you think?
I think she must be planning to take on c3 at some point. Otherwise, I think it's going to be a very big weakness on d5 with so many pieces attacking there. And I, for now, can't imagine any other point for this bishop, what to do with it rather than to take the knight on c3. But that's just my take. And maybe I'm too careless giving up my bishops. I'm not sure.
no, it makes sense, but I guess she will also want to time it in a way that she can maybe add more pressure on c3. Do you think she will take it like right away with bishop into c3? But in general, I just don't feel totally comfortable as black with the general thought of taking on c3. Even in a position later, when after bishop into c3, b takes c3, let's say the d and c pawns get traded and it's an open board with two bishops. These are sometimes positions where the computer is quite happy with equal evaluation. But over the board, I think white can always try and keep creating some small chances. Having been on the black side of also similar things, I wouldn't be totally comfortable giving the two bishops for white like this. I would have much rather preferred to trade my knights off rather than giving up my b4 bishop for the c3 knight. Although the computer evaluation doesn't change much, the evaluation bar is pretty much stoic in between the exact half. But yeah, practically, I'm just a little bit uncomfortable at the thought of giving up the bishop.
Oh, I agree. I just feel like this knight is way more active than the knight on e7, so I would have liked to uh, exchange it. The knight on e7 can be targeted later on in the game on some pressure on the e-file with some sort of bishop g5, even if we take with all the bishop a3 ideas. So I'm not sure why to keep it exactly on the board. Like, what is the advantage on having it rather than not having it? And from that perspective, I'm just thinking that, yeah, it must be some idea on with taking on c3, putting the pressure against it, and using it as a target somehow. So maybe it's not something that I would like to do, but it's just something that seems like a plausible plan for black here. Just trying to justify not taking knight takes d5.
And in order for
Mhm.
white to maybe prevent the weakness of c3 after bishop takes, pawn takes, perhaps they can redirect the knight. Because I was already looking at placing the knight in front of the pawn as a blockade, and this way, black is the only one with a weak isolated pawn here. Well, two, in fact.
Yeah, no, I think that's a lovely idea. Um, I uh, I think 92 is definitely one of the moves up for consideration, and maybe there are two plans. Yeah, one is try and increase the pressure on d5, just bring the queen or the rook, and directly increase pressure, like something like queen d3, rook d1, um, at a concretely possible juncture. The other way is to first blockade with 90 to 94, as you mentioned. The knight can also go to f4 from e2 and exert pressure on the d5 point.
Yeah, I am actually liking White's position all of a sudden. It's like I feel like it's something to play for. We have more pieces. We have knights on the board.
Exactly. Exactly. It's something to hold on to, yeah, something to hold on to and try and pull the game towards your side. Whereas with the knights being traded, I would have wondered how can White possibly create something. But with the knights, you know, intact on the board, it certainly creates White more chances.
So what do we
Although maybe
expect?
Tan Zhongyi sees something that we don't. Maybe she understands something deeper.
Yeah, that's very likely. Of course, that could be the case. So the next move from the black, if White doesn't do anything, is it Queen a5? Is it Rook to c8? Now, Rook could want to sometimes go to b8 as well, I assume, so maybe not Rook c8, which is the universal next move here from the black side. Or,
Prophylaxis.
or maybe there isn't
h6.
any. That's always going to be a good move. Just
Mhm.
When in doubt.
figure it out.
Exactly. And three, what do you think?
Yeah, Rook c8 in general as black, just as we mentioned about white trying to exert pressure on the d5 point. As black, I would be very happy if I can try and move the d5 pawn forward. In a hypothetical scenario, if the rook was already on c8, I would play d4 as black. Of course, apart from bishop to c3. Uh, so in general, I think the fight is all about the d5 pawn right now, whether white is able to restrict it or if black is able to run away with it. And like Tom's mentioned, queen to a5, rook to d8, rook to c8. I think these should be the priority moves for black, increasing control on the d5 point, and later potentially something like knight to f5 to control the d4 square to counter this knight on e2.
Hmm.
Uh, But yeah, it all depends on what white plays concretely. But in general, I think the strategic point of fight between both the sides is all around the d5 square. the d5 pawn.
And what do we think about the positions? Let's say the plan is something like 92, rook c8 here, then I don't know, knight c6. And what do we think about this kind of structure? Because this is the big difference, like that there's a possibility in knight takes e6. Because if there's no knight takes e6, then we do actually end up, after the exchanging of the knights, in a very, very similar position as it would be after knight takes d5. So maybe this is some pawn structure that we had to a little bit speak about, touch on, because yeah, the light squares, they could be kind of big weakness. I feel like this bishop has very big potential to do some damage there, and or it's not, or it's just gonna be pawns rolling and just a big pressure on the f2 pawn after bishop c5, queen b6, and black is gonna be completely happy here.
Yeah, here seemingly it seems like it could be a bit double-edged. Yeah, in a position like this, if white is able to contain the pawns on e6 and d5, then I can imagine white has a very nice advantage, a very pleasant edge. And we have seen, I think, these kind of similar structures in a lot of different classics. But in this particular instance, it seems like the pawns can roll forward. It's not so easy for white to be able to blockade them, to prevent them from moving forward. And like you mentioned, there is a very tangible pressure on the f2 point, queen b6, bishop c5, knight e5 related ideas. So this seems a little more balanced to me than in general. In general, I think in a lot of cases, white gets a better position when they take knight into e6, f into e6. But here there are some concrete factors which tilt the favor, tilt the position more in black's favor, and therefore around balanced, I think. What are your thoughts, Thomas?
Yeah, I feel like here it could be the case that white is just doing too many moves before taking care of finishing development. And due to this simple fact, it's very hard to be claiming any sort of advantage as black is significantly ahead. Like the bishop is still undeveloped, the rook is already on the open file, the other rook also suddenly is on the open file. So it's black is just light years ahead in development, and even though their structure is slightly worse, that this dynamic advantage should be sufficient compensation for that. And yeah, it doesn't feel like it could be like really dangerous. But on the same hand, at least it's a game. At least it is much more than if we just come here and, let's say, exchange everything. And then exchange again, almost like in this first round. Start the a5, a4 push, attack the b2 pawn, and then exchange this pawn for the pawns on the queen side and have a very, very safe position. But okay, we have bishop g5. No knight e2.
Ooh.
No.
See, this is why h6 is so important, Toms.
I
know, right?
agree. It's would be a very good move.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, so I also
And-
wanted to... Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Srinath.
No, and just say I think this is where your idea of bishop into c3 could also potentially come into play, with the bishop away on g5, no longer accessing the a3 point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh wow,
it
instantly
happened.
taking.
Nice prediction. Right on the
Yeah,
mark.
nice prediction from you.
Me? No. No, I'm just following suit. I'm taking your advice, commentators. And rook c8.
You
as
predicted
well.
bishop into c3 way earlier than it came in my mind.
Thank you. I was just trying to be humble. Rook c8 putting pressure on c3. How would you suggest white defends this? You think just simply queen to d2 here?
I would be tempted to go for something like queen d4 and try to exchange
Mm.
at least these two pawns. That could be, with two bishops, a potentially something. But I guess it just doesn't do anything much. And after queen d4, the options like h6, and if you do retreat bishop h4,
I was even
is
looking
knight
at knight
f5 even a
f5.
move?
Yeah, that's what I was looking at initially.
So this
That's beautiful.
is looking very, very equal all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
So it can get there where we'd like to go. So my just thought was the reason why I was considering queen d4 was, let's say, on something like this, at least now white would have something to play for. But unfortunately, black doesn't go for it, and he has other options available. And so, is it queen
Yeah.
d4 then?
I guess you need to, yeah. I mean, you want to place it intuitively. You want to place it on a dark square because white has a dark square bishop, black does not. I think just by intuition, we naturally consider something like queen d2 more than queen d3. Yeah, just out of some kind of instinct. I think unconscious instinct.
Mm-hmm.
Well, queen
The
d3
queen also
does
feels a bit.
allow us to go for that a7 pawn somehow.
Ooh.
Yeah. I see your target has moved from the d5 pawn to the a7 pawn. All eyes on a7.
Yeah, sometimes you have to pick on the weak. Rook b1, rook b7 also looks really nice.
Yeah, that's strategically, I guess, also interesting. Rook b1 and trying to sacrifice a pawn and try to get a7 with some tempos. But maybe black manages to take and go back. And
Yeah.
then it might not be enough, but maybe it is. Rook b1, rook c3, and perhaps even some like queen d4 now and some bishop c7 using the fact that there's no rook b7 and just
Yeah,
sacrifice
exactly
it
what
all
I
for
saw
some attack. But
in my calculation.
no. Rook b8, it doesn't do much.
Idea.
I thought that this is somewhat interesting, but I guess, of course, I'm just moving pieces around. There might be somewhere some intermediate knight c6 and stuff, and it all ends. But
Yeah.
but even this doesn't do very much, as after takes, and king is perfectly fine on f8. There is no way for us to improve any sort of pressure on anything. Yeah, just so how do we defend this? Really, just queen d2. Let's say queen d2. I expect from the speed how Tan played it, that she has some idea how to increase the pressure. As I don't think she wants to be playing a long game against two bishops. She is looking to go for something very direct here.
So maybe f6. Immediately throwing caution to the wind. And then moving the knight.
Like f6 here, and then, for example, knight. No,
Fine.
the a7 pawn hanging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like wreaking havoc here, so that's why I suggested it. I do like queen a5.
Yeah, I guess we can't actually exploit those pieces on the e file. Like whenever we see move like f6, the first thought for me is like how to exploit those pieces. The bishop is now not hanging, is on e6 potentially, but we can't get there. And here even knight f5 could be a move. And we already again want to take on d4, and d5 pawn is perfectly safe. Bishop has a good square on f7 if it's necessary.
Yeah,
Very nice and simple solution.
I see there's also a question in chat asking queen d4 is knight c6 a possibility immediately. I was thinking about that, but I think just maybe queen h4 after that. So here queen d4, knight c6, and maybe just queen h4. I don't know.
Queen a5 now.
Yeah, the bishop is still out of game on g5.
Mm-hmm.
It got developed, but it doesn't do anything. We would like the knight to be on g5 rather than bishop. Yeah, and we might be ready for d4. Like, even if you play something like bishop d2, d4 could come immediately. We're just exploiting the spin, and maybe here we can even take on c3. I'm not sure if I'm blundering something, but
Oh my gosh.
No. I don't think so.
What? How is what? Okay, so bishop takes c3, queen takes c3, and just retreating the bishop, and then bam.
Yeah, that would be just completely safe.
Now you can offer a draw, I think.
Oh, for a draw.
Or maybe we try to win the a2 pawn and actually push for something with the black still. But yeah, and some ideas like bishop b7 could even consider sacrificing an exchange here, as the pawn on d2 is looking quite deadly. But we don't have to do that as well. We can just play.
Or you can just throw in rook c4, yeah?
Or that, yes. Okay, that's even better. I thought about rook c7, but yeah. Rook c4 is...
Oh wow.
White can bail out with bishop into c3, so maybe c into d2 is the best move here.
Sorry, how did you mean that?
So rook c4, white can bail out with bishop into c3. So maybe c takes d2 is the best move.
Mm-hmm. That maybe is the way to play for a win from the black. C takes d2.
Yeah.
Good play.
C takes d2 is very strong and also beautiful.
It's pretty.
And there will be no, like, potentially the pawn on the dark square could be targeted by white's rooks and queen and so on, but since it has advanced so far, there's not enough space to really pile two rooks under it. So you can't just attack it with all your gut. So even though white has multiple rooks, he can attack the pawn on d2 only with one of them. So that gives the safety for black that we are just gonna, in time, pick up the a2 pawn and attack the d1 square and promote, I guess. So it is, yeah, could be very, very serious, I guess, move exactly after knight d4, queen knight c6 immediately as well. Yeah.
We're seeing quite a time difference again. I mean, this is 20-minute time difference between the two players, and this played an important role in the previous game when Ju just didn't have enough time on the clock before move 40 to figure things out. Do you think we might see another situation like that again?
I mean, I would be very surprised if this game goes towards anywhere close to white being in danger, given the current solidity of the position.
And I think yesterday it came out of the fact that position was complicated throughout the whole middle game. It was very, very complex, and that because of that she was burning her time there. And today, any moment she wants, she can simplify things, and yeah, so there's no need to be like worrying. I would guess.
Sorry.
Yeah, she's just trying to find something to play for. That's it. That would be my guess. That's why she's burning time.
She might just be. She might just make it happen. But just say, if you were Ju Vengeance coach, would you allow her to walk at this point, or would you make her sit on the board?
Oh, that's a great question, Sri. Honestly, I was not prepared for that. Would I allow her to walk? Well, it depends how many calories she's burnt already that day, or how many steps she's gotten in, because I think the average that you should be getting is about 10,000 steps. So, I mean, you also can't wear a smartwatch, so it won't be able to count your steps. So yeah, that's definite. You're probably referring to the chess aspect, but I went in the other direction. Yeah.
Yeah. I was specifically referring to, how you don't allow yourself to walk. You get up from the board when you have less time.
Oh my gosh, you heard that? Oh no. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to speak about next. It's something that I referred to in the previous during the previous game. You know, giving yourself permission to walk only when you have equal or more time than your opponent. Do you do something similar?
Um, no, not really.
Okay.
Not so much because I think like how what Tom's mentioned in the previous stream. I think it's all the more important that you allow yourself to relax during the game. Yeah, you don't want to add more stress because your
Mm-hmm.
opponent is already doing that during the game.
Mm-hmm.
So I think getting up from the board really helps to relax a bit. Walking also activates parts of the brain rather than when you're sitting for a long time. I think
Okay.
taking a stroll always helps activate certain parts of the brain, which is why also when we're solving problems in general, taking a walk or doing something different can give us ideas rather than just sitting in front of a computer and trying to work it out.
Okay. Yeah, I think you and I have different approaches in that regard. I am more likely, statistically, according to my database, to blunder after move 40 because that's when I'm usually taking my walk of like 10 minutes, disappear because obviously I'm in time trouble maybe on move 39 and I'm drinking too much water or something. On move 40 I get up, disappear for 10 minutes, come back and blunder. So yeah, the walking I feel like sometimes messes with my train of thought. I would love to be able to visualize the board more and better and still be able to analyze while I'm not actually looking. I would love to be one of those players who look up at the ceiling and be like, yeah, that's the one, and then make a terrific move. So that's
Yeah, that's actually would be interesting if somebody made a statistic on this with the tournaments where there is extra time after move 40. Are there more blunders made on exactly move 40 or on move 41?
mm-hmm.
Because I do feel like the move 41 is equally dangerous to move 40. Like you just see players somehow get relaxed and do very, very big blunders. And yeah, I wonder if it's just a feeling or it's actually the case. And yeah, so if somebody is interested, I would like to see the results of that kind of research.
Me too. It'll be great to know that I'm not alone.
But one thing we can all universally probably agree on is I think all of us play worse as the game drags on. Uh, the quality declines, I think, for almost all of us. The first 10, 15 moves, we all play much better. And then the initial middle game is also generally at a higher quality as we have more time. But as the time keeps decreasing and as we spend longer solving problems during the game, especially depending on the strength of the opponent, I think everyone's quality goes down now post move 40 in general. It's especially in post or German times. I think it's just normal. So I think it's probably not just you, Jesse.
Okay, unless you drink Red Bull, then the quality remains the same. That's what I took from that. Yeah. Or coffee. Coffee also works quite
Yeah,
well.
coffee was more my thing.
Mm-hmm.
But that's also something interesting. The choice of refreshments for the players, and in general with the younger generation, in most of the players I've noticed, they usually they don't consume much during the game. It's usually just water in
Mm-hmm.
most of the cases, not even coffee or chocolate, and in certain cases maybe some dry fruits. But I haven't seen them consume anything else. What about you guys?
Yeah, I think it is to do the fact that people are coming to realize the danger of the sugars during the game and the sugar spikes, and that you will feel better for a moment, but once it comes down, you're gonna be in a rather bad state. And if you, like, for example, when I'm extremely tired, like the worst case scenario, and I feel like I do need some sugar, then I do take it only in case that I know that I have little doses of it, let's say that, till the end of the game, to last me, like, to hype me up till the end of the game, so that I can go crashing down once the game finishes, but that it wouldn't happen before the game is done. But so it would be like, even if I like would like some sugar in my tea or something like this, I would never do that like in during the first like 3 hours of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like it just feels like, yeah, it's very very big risk that something's gonna happen, and I think it just I have noticed that as well, that people are just starting to stick to the water as a main drink, or simply plain coffee, black coffee as well. But again, there
Mm.
is of course another fact that coffee as well is a little bit dangerous, that you can have those some spikes on
Spikes.
some
That's
energy,
true.
exactly,
Yeah.
and they are the danger. Like when it goes down, this is when the danger comes. So if
Mm-hmm.
you're dragging yourself, let's say, you have to make sure that you have enough to enough dosage for the whole game.
Exactly. I think those like coffee or sugar crashes are just horrible, especially happening at the board. That's often when you just want to like take a nap. They should have beds at tournaments, I feel like, just to take a small nap. Like during the game, I feel like we have enough time. You can just steal 15 minutes and then have like an auto alarm wake you up and be like, it's time to get up. You have a tactic waiting for you, or something like that. Yeah.
I actually know the cases when people have taken naps during the game.
Oh. Probably on
It's
the
going
floor though,
on.
right? Or at the board.
No, just somewhere on the sides, like there are different sort of playing halls, and sometimes there are some areas where you can like some if it's played some hall, there can be some tribunes or something like this, and you can quite comfortably go on
Oh wow.
hide there and so on. So yeah, that's I'm not gonna mention any names whatsoever.
Oh my gosh. Okay, you have to tell us during the break. Oh, that sounds spicy. Yeah, I do realize that the younger my opponent, the more annoying the snacks are. So they'll pull out like the noisiest like plastic packet of snacks or chocolates or something and be like opening it up in front of you, and I'll just like stare them down. I'll be like, I didn't do that to you. Why are you doing this to me? And I get distracted very, very easily, especially during a game. And yeah, that's often not. It doesn't have a happy ending. And
Actually, just quick note,
yeah,
because by the sound of it, there's a rule, FIDE rule, that I think a lot of players are not aware of, and you are not allowed to eat by the board.
Mhm.
So it's like
mm,
whenever you see opponent taking any sort of anything eating, you can just complain about it, like
I can
to
take
the
it from them. Awesome.
arbiter.
It's like taking candy from a
Unless they
baby.
share.
Yeah, because I played a tournament last year, the Maya tournament in Portugal. And what happened was we were playing in the auditorium right next to these like office booths that are supposed to be soundproof. And the one right by my board was where the commentators sat, like facing the outside of the auditorium, like really near my board. So I couldn't hear exactly what he was saying, but I could hear this like hum of his voice, just like talking and talking and talking. And I spoke to the arbiter, I spoke to the organizer, like trying during my game because I was in a really good position. I was completely winning, and he just was talking and talking, and somehow it just distracted me so much I couldn't spend time at the board, and ended up getting into serious time trouble, and then just lost. It was horrible. But how do you deal with situations where maybe there's a lot of noise in the background? Is it easy for you to drown it out?
Yeah, I mean, personally coming from India, again, there is usually a lot more ambient noise in general. So, and also in general, there are, more people in tournaments. So, there is, I think, more noise compared to some other parts of the world. So, I mean, I think I've gotten used to it from a pretty early age. And unless there is like a really big noise, someone talking or watching something on the phone or something, The little ambient noises I'd be able to drown out easily.
Okay.
Yeah, I would also say the same. Like for me, the noise doesn't disturb at all by the board, which is like general noise. But I do get sometimes very annoyed by my opponents, their behavior, and when they are doing something disturbing, yeah, that tends to distract me. And but just if the playing hall is loud, if there are people like kids chatting somewhere on the other side of the hall or something, yeah, it doesn't do anything for me. I just when I'm in the calculating, then I am like completely in my own world, like just what is in front of me. And when I'm not calculating, then yeah, okay, then the noise is there. I hear it, but there's there is nothing that can be like really disturbed.
Mm-hmm. I
Yeah, I
find
think
that,
that's one of
yeah.
the most beautiful aspects of chess. Yeah, the time when you're in your own world, calculating lines, and nothing can disturb you.
I do like those moments. And I do find that sometimes earplugs work, but I don't like them too much. Um, I wonder if you're allowed to wear noise cancelling devices while you're playing, because it's technically electronic, right? But as long as there's no like
Hmm.
weird submission or like transmission, that's the word, not submission, transmission coming through, but the noise cancelling like bounces the sound off. We should be able to use those during games, I feel like.
Yeah, but it's very
Yeah, but
hard
it's
to be
really hard to
tracking.
detect.
Yeah.
It's hard to detect, so they wouldn't allow it.
Yeah, hard to detect if it's a transmission device or a noise cancelling device.
Yeah.
I don't think the arbiters are experts, technical experts. So.
Oh, darn it. They should just cut the connection or like cut all the cell signal within the playing venue, but then DDT problems. I don't know. Solutions, people, solutions.
I actually have never in my life worn earplugs. Are they not like very uncomfortable?
Some of them, yes. But I do have like in ear, just regular wireless earphones that are automatically like sound cancelling. So you put them in, drowns out everything, and it's amazing. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, I like them too. I like the earphones more than the headphones because again allows me to ignore the world more.
That's great. I love ignoring the world.
Unfortunately, can't do it.
Oh my gosh. And do you find that when you're training chess, uh, do you like listening to music while doing it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
training. For me, it's a no, but in general, when playing some blitz games, yes. But training, uh, I usually try to, for example, set up the whenever I'm training, like doing something. I let's say that I think if you get used to, let's say, calculating with the music on, I think it's can be harder for you to really gain so much from it because you're used to the sound, and when you're playing in the quiet, then it's like something is missing and you don't feel so comfortable, and that's just my take on it. But maybe it's not from the enjoyment, but just strictly from the practicality sense that
Hmm.
it feels like, yeah, it reduces the effect of training.
Okay.
Interesting. I'm more on Jesse's side on this one. Use I use the earphones much more. I used to at least use earphones much more when training and music in particular. But I use earphones less now because I started to have some discomfort in my ear once I started using it excessively. But I
It
used to
comes
use
with
it for like
age.
4 hours a day.
What?
Yeah, exactly. Sadly, you didn't have to point it out. So
My bad, sorry. That was a low blow.
Uh, by the way, just yeah, it's a nice conversation, all, but should we take a look at a little bit of the game?
Sure, let's
We
go.
have some
I was
development.
coming to that because I
Just,
think we are reaching a very important point, yeah, where
Mm-hmm.
mhm.
it seems like black is threatening to go d4 and with d4, black solves a lot of her problems in the game. But it is white to move, so white also has options to try and prevent it. And this is exactly the kind of position where I feel computer can make a very easy draw with black, but as a human you still need to solve some really small problems, and if you're unsuccessful at doing that, then white can really press for a long time, kind of similar to what happened in game 2.
Just also recapping where we left it on queen a4, I think, and Tan quickly played h6, asking the bishop which direction it wants to go to. If it goes to h4, it can no longer defend the c3 pawn ever, and if it goes to d2, then it's not targeting the knight any longer. This is also the kind of method that against the moves like bishop g5, bishop g4 that very often people can use. Just attack the bishop, not because you gain very much from the attack on its own, but simply because you know which side of the board it's going to be playing on, because it cannot stay on the on the both paths, and it has to choose. So it's also the case. Just such a little note that can be maybe useful for somebody. So bishop went back to d2 to defend the pawn, and now I really like this a5 move. Just taking away all the space from the white's queen, having the pawn on a protected square, and the weakness she's trying to use into a strength. Maybe later on in the game, the pawn is going to be advanced, and if she will have some lines where bishop is actually looking to take on a2, then the pawn on a5 already is going to be way, way stronger. And now rook e1, rook on the open file. Finally, we have one white rook on the open file as well. Tempo move, rook c4. And now after this, queen a3, we just develop the knight and prepare this d4 idea.
This looks really nice with the black pieces, to be honest.
It does.
Looks really nice.
Very nice, yeah. But are we ready for d4 at all? Since the a5 pawn will be under attack from the bishop on d2, and we have bishop on e2 on the board immediately. Okay.
Yeah, I think white had to go for this here because the bishop on f3 wasn't really being useful. There is no need to add pressure to the... Oh, rook c8 also played instantly. Wow. Tan's speed is remarkable, yeah. Like, she's playing so fast and confident, which can go both ways. So far, it's very successful, working well for her. But quite often, it can be the very root of a hasty mistake.
That's true. We should cue like Lightning McQueen going across the screen, like meow, meow. Yeah. Sorry, continue, Toms.
No, it's. I think that's a way better input than what I was about to say. But yeah, just she's just being practical. I think she's just very quickly discarding stuff and just doing those easy decisions quickly. That's it. But the impression looks truly like truly that she's playing crazy fast. But even like in this position, just I mean, she didn't really have where to go with the rook. Rook c6 doesn't make much sense because it can be coming under bishop b5. Rook e4 again, you just help white to develop the rook from a1 as it forces exchanges, and rook c7 drops the pawn. So just she didn't waste any time on those things, and she's just preserving it. And I think that those are the moments when she plays a move quickly, when she just knows the piece has to stand there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, makes sense. Although I would have been a little bit tempted by rook e4, just trying to get the rook to g4 in case you went bishop d3. Trying to
Wow, that's interesting. So
play like my younger version, as Jesse pointed out.
that could be actually very, very fun. What about h3? Would you consider already? I like the idea of attacking once white's queen is out of the game on a3. Like it cannot join the defense. But are we ready for rook to hg2?
No, this I think I need to further time travel back to like 8 years old to be able to do rook into g2.
Well, it's It has some point. Like if we go like king h2, we can quickly get queen f6, and let's say some very very basic defense, like bishop e3 could be met by this, and
Ooh,
there's already mate. No? Oh no, we have still bishop f1. Even that doesn't work.
hang
Okay.
on. Engine says that black is just Wing here.
Oh, do we have d4, bishop d5?
Looks
Yeah,
like it.
yeah. D4 bishop D5.
Oh my
Okay,
word.
so it has a point.
It certainly has a point. It's just that I would. It might have an even sharper point if we wait a bit with rook G6 and time it a bit better.
I was thinking that this could very quickly go bad for us once all the pieces come into the play, and
Yeah, correct.
we don't have a knight at h4 anyway, which is the main threat. So,
But now rook into G2, yeah.
oh, okay, now rook on g2, and now knight to h4.
Yeah, this is the preparation.
That is interesting. Am I? Oh, am I getting checkmated here and here? Yeah, that's not too good. And nowhere to hide. Oh, okay. Okay, that's very, very curious line. Yeah, I'm somehow always underestimating attacking possibilities against me. So, I like this rook g4 idea. And, yeah, in that case, that's interesting that she didn't consider it at all. Maybe then just bishop f3 though? No, but then we can repeat the position with rook c4, I think. We are happy with that from the black side, just to repeat it. So that would have been an interesting option indeed.
Rook A to D1 has been played.
So we are here.
Yes.
Yeah, like you pointed out, I think she's just basing her decisions based on where she feels that the pieces belong, which is a sensible thing to do as well, because rook e4, rook g4 did look a bit a bit risky, because if the attack doesn't work, then
Oh. I think you went mute.
Yeah, I think we
Srinath?
lost you, Srinath.
He doesn't hear us either.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh, his ear. I think his earphones must have died. This is a problem. Oh, Srinath, you're going to have to repeat the last bit. Yeah. No, we still can't hear you.
Okay, so it's just us for a moment here.
get my rook trapped with a very similar attack.
Oh, you're back.
Might be. Could we have a testing 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Can
Yeah,
you
we can hear you now.
can you sing Rick Astley for us just for testing?
Can I sing what?
Never gonna give you up. Rick roll.
I don't know the lyrics.
Oh, okay. We'll teach it to you.
I'll
I really-
follow you.
I really hope my mic doesn't turn off any game. That is, that's a scary testing requirement on the live stream.
Yeah, almost had it though. Next time I'll just choose like Twinkle Twinkle Little Star or something.
That's I can pull that off.
Oh, okay. I think the mic is still cutting out. Do you want to test that by singing?
I will. I mean, I would say, but I generally reserve it for special occasions.
I
So
understand.
in case you engine pull something off from this position, then I think we can see that.
And we can chat about it. All right, I understand. Ah, a girl can dream.
Sorry.
No, nothing. All right, so rook a to d1. Sorry, I'm just trying to sort out the current overlay to
So
make sure that it's not.
what is the
Yeah.
next most logical move here? Is it queen b6, where you just know that your piece needs to go away from the d file to play it safe?
Yeah, actually, a general question on the position terms. How easy would you rate this position for black to be able to equalize and make a draw?
I know that I would feel overconfident here with black because my pieces are more advanced, and I would just overplay this position by feeling that, yeah, it's all too easy. It's more easy than it is. So uh, I do understand that objectively two bishops are a very, very big power. A5 pawn can become a weakness in a lot of cases, but yeah, just knowing myself and knowing how I would feel here by the board with black pieces, I would be just very, very happy, and thinking probably even on some ways how I can put pressure on the c3 pawn or on a2 pawn and just play it for a win with black, which objectively is not very likely to happen.
From my perspective, the biggest problem I see for black is in these types of pawn structures as black, I always want to try and make d4 work. But in this particular situation, I feel like d4 might not be particularly helpful for black because of the a5 pawn and because of how it opens up the pair of bishops for white. So this is, I feel, the biggest problem for black. And so far, she has been playing so fast, and which can lead to a bit of a superficial play. But at some point, I feel she will start realizing that the position might not be as easy as she assumes it.
Yeah, rook b6 actually runs into, I guess, rook b1, rook d5, and with a very unpleasant attack on a5 pawn. So that
Right.
is probably not the main candidate move right now.
I think these are also positions where the computer evaluation can be a bit misleading, because I can imagine the computer wanting to, make a lot of these strategic sacrifices which a human might not consider in these positions. Like I saw a line where the computer just gives up both the D and the A pawn goes into an endgame and says it's just completely equal. But I can't imagine any human wanting to go into that position, considering it.
I would consider knight d6 here myself, I think. I think knight on f5 doesn't do much. For me, d4 would not be something that I would like to do. I would really like to attack the c3 pawn and those squares with the knight. And maybe target the queen on a3. It's feeling too comfortable, I think, there on the dark square sitting, and somebody needs to challenge her.
Yeah, makes sense. Knight d6 makes a lot of sense. But after knight d6, maybe I'll want to put my bishop on d4. So bishop to e3.
And now do we
And this position where we take on c4, rook takes c4, and bishop to d4. I wouldn't mind going into this position as white. I think the d4 bishop is clearly superior to the e6 bishop.
Yeah, you can have some attacking ideas, and there is no way to really simplify this position from the black side. Like, you're always going to be stuck in this somewhat uncomfortable structure. I'm always under pressure, and the bishop on d4 is cutting the board in half, so black pieces are unable to jump around too much. I agree, this is not looking too pretty.
I mean, in that position as black, I would have a very false sense of security knowing that it's opposite color bishops. But after your plan of rook e3, rook g3, I'm not so sure.
And how would you react here on knight f5 back? I wonder, what is that? Can we just try some repetitions here?
Bishop c5 and bishop c5 is maybe a problem.
Ooh, yes. So
c5, rook e8, and here I'm not sure concretely what works the best. Some bishop b5 or bishop a6 looks tempting, but
this bishop is starting to attack everything. does look wrong. It does look wrong, yeah, from the black side. Even bishop a6, even if it doesn't achieve very much immediately, it just if you have to play something like rook b8, then white is just dominating with bishops. Like then we can
Yeah,
start thinking.
it clearly shows, yeah, the advantage of having the c5 bishop. It's untouchable by any of black's minor pieces.
So let's try again. Then let's go knight e4. I assume bishop d4 is the move.
Bishop d4, but
And
also you can consider c4 with the knight on e4, just eliminating the support that the knight has.
yeah, that's why I felt like I should get my queen out of the d file, as it felt uncomfortable there, and I didn't succeed in that. But then what do we do? Is 96 in that case? It's just a bad move, I assume.
Yeah, 96 is maybe a little bit of inaccuracy because it allows the bishop on d2 to get to a better square. Yeah, the bishop loves to be on the diagonal, the long diagonal, and it can only access it from either d4 or e5. E5 seems a little bit more difficult to achieve right now. So, also from black's perspective, it seems a bit clear that you don't want white to you don't want to allow white to activate their pieces. So maybe something that maintains the status quo, like queen c7, not allowing the bishop on d2 to move anywhere for the moment, taking the queen out, and also being a little bit patient for now.
Yeah, I like
Patience is
that.
important.
I like this approach, and then maybe we are gonna be ready for knight d6 very, very soon as well, if we want to, without the pressure on the c file, with controlling the c5 square. Yeah.
If
Well,
white is allowed to achieve an ideal setup of pieces, especially with the dark square bishop, then white could get something tangible. Yeah, I think that seems clear from the different variations we looked at. So, but if black is able to prevent white from doing that, then black maintains the balance.
is it easy
Okay.
to be super impatient yet?
I think you know the answer to that one.
Yes.
I think you would answer better than us.
Yes, I'm a very impatient person, so I would be impulsive.
What about queen d6? How serious is this move? Trying to solve everything by force.
Mhm.
So
You're
my point
channeling
is that
the concrete time, yeah?
here we are picking up on a2,
Yeah.
and that would solve all our problems, I think, if we took exchange day pawns.
Yeah, I think queen d6 is a very, very strong move actually. Now that I see it.
Oh,
Oh, when
and I
it,
just
Wow.
played. Well
Wow.
done. Goodness.
How many times
okay.
have we suggested a move on the stream and then it gets played the next moment?
I'm telling you, I think that Tom's is actually a special agent, spy for the Chinese chess players. Confirmed.
I just have a camera from the playing hall that nobody knows about, and it just makes me look very smart.
Yeah. So we have two options here. We can stay and discuss what would happen here after Queen d6, or we could go on to our first break of today. Co-commentators, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's now gonna be a big decision for Ju and Jin what to do with a queen, where to keep it, if to exchange queens or not to exchange queens. And I think we could leave her to it and come back after a short break. And I assume it's very likely that the position's still gonna be the same.
Okay, sounds good. All right, Sri
Yeah.
and Doms will be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. right, and we're back after the break, and yeah, we see some developments. The queens are still on the board. Co-commentators, what do you think?
I'm surprised. I gotta be honest immediately. I am very, very surprised by what has happened. And gotta take it in. So we left it after queen d6. And what happened is just quickly that the queens didn't get exchanged, but the pawns got exchanged, and this is where we are. What is your first impression, Srinath?
It seems like we are getting closer towards a draw with the trade of the A pawns. Yeah, now there is only the D and the C pawns which need to be traded for black to get very close towards the draw. And this bishop on f4 is trying to get to this long diagonal as we were discussing before the break, but it doesn't have a good place because on e5 it can be attacked by the f6 pawn, and there's no other place for the bishop to be on in that diagonal. So yeah, initial impressions, it seems like the game is progressing more closer towards a draw, and black also has a tactical threat of rook e4 now after queen g6, which puts the f4 bishop in danger. What are your initial thoughts?
Yeah, it does feel like it's heading closer to the draw. Even just for this very, very simple fact that knights, they do tend to be preferring to play on one side of the board. When the game is in two flanks, then the knight is just too slow to get around. And when it's just more in just one area, all the action, the knight can be even just more powerful than a bishop. So now with the removal of a pawns, this is a big, big win for the black knight because it just can feel way, way more useful as a piece. And because of that, I think the hardship is behind. Really, the hardship is behind for black, and all the lines where we are worried that even after exchanging of the C and D pawns, that the two bishops can be dominating and attacking the A pawn, like I mentioned, they are all gone. And yeah, I do think that it's coming towards very, very big equality here. And you, Jesse, what do you think about this development?
Yeah, on one hand, I really like the activity of black's pieces, but on the other, I have so much PTSD relating to bishop pairs, so I'm still hoping that we'll see some sparks fly. And I mean, there were so many lines we were taking a look at where things could get sharp and messy, so you never know. I mean, we do know because
You never know.
Tom's knows since he is a super spy, but yes. Sorry, Srinath.
But we pretend that we don't know, yeah?
We pretend, yes, for the suspense. It's like a cliffhanger in a book. Yeah.
So yeah, now it's if you just also look at the specific lines, it's gonna be very hard now. Just the move that keeps the pressure. We can't do, I guess, any moves like bishop b5 because we are suddenly hit by queen b6, and f2 point is uncomfortable to defend. Very uncomfortable, I think. As bishop e3 would just exchange the bishop against the knight, and just going back with a piece to e2 could lead to some repetition. That is also something we don't want. So maybe we still need to play bishop e5 here as a move from the white side, just to avoid rook a4. And if f6 does come, then perhaps bishop d4 is good enough, or maybe bishop b8. Just to get the bishop out of the way.
It looks so unprovoked. It's like the bishop is just chilling.
Yeah, but the bishop is not untouchable here either, yeah? Like rook a8.
Yeah, and here I thought bishop b5 we managed because there's no attack on f2, and
my
now
gosh.
we are targeting e6 at least.
Smart.
That
Very
was
smart.
crazy.
But
Tom's with the tactics. Ooh, that's a new chessable course name. Tom's Tactics. I mean, Lichess course. What? Yeah. This is the second time I'd mentioned a different platform on Lichess. I apologize. Please don't ban me from the channel. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
that's my
so-
thought. The bishop e5 was just to provoke this f6 that at least would have some weaknesses in black's position, because otherwise everything is so sound. I just don't see like where to attack. What could be some target? But bishop e5 got played.
Yeah, should be on the board, which I think is also very natural. Maybe if queen b16 turns rook e2.
Aha, because we don't have rook b8 in any of the lines. Okay, that is a bit of a problem.
Yeah,
And if rook a8 now, then some tricks.
that's a
What
difficult
if the
question,
rook-
which I don't have an answer to.
What if the rook came back to a5 instead? Would the bishop just move away?
Yeah, then we already were, I think, in this situation where black didn't want to exchange on b4, because then white gets a passed pawn, which can be very nicely supported by bishops.
Yeah.
So I think she would still prefer not to do it. And
Oh, it's on the board.
b6. Wow, they're quick. They are quick.
Proving our point, but again, looking at the time, 20 minutes difference, and I think the lower the times get, the more important this discrepancy is, and they're only on move 25 at the moment, so still 15 moves with 30 minutes. Think it's enough?
I mean, I wouldn't really panic yet if I had 30 minutes for 15 moves. That's a good 2 minutes per move.
Yeah, in general, if you can get to the past move 30 with still some decent amount of time on the clock, I think that has been very, very good time management. Like, it's not ideal to be at all in any time trouble whatsoever, but I think it's a good one. But here the advantage for white is that any moment I think white can simplify to safety. So you don't really need to worry that, okay, now it's going to be crazy complicated and then I'm not going to be able to handle the position. As it's just very, very hard for me to imagine any scenario where white could blunder something in a way that black could overtake the game.
Absolutely. No, added to that, we also have the 30-second increment in this time control, right? Which in effect means you also have, I think, 7 more minutes because you have 15 moves to make.
Quick math.
It feels like a lot of time to me.
Do you like blitz and bullets, Srinath?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Case closed. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I think there's only one problem here. Srinath's background is blue. There's something blue in Tom's background as well. And I don't have anything blue, so I think I need to change that.
How do you do that? Wow. That was quick.
Yeah, I think ahead. It's very prophylactic. But I'm glad we all have blue black backgrounds now. I can also think like a grandmaster.
Like the stream.
Yeah.
So now the broadcast is perfect. It's been fixed.
Yeah, I'm taking after Alexander Kotov, thinking like a grandmaster. Yes. Okay, so this rook a8 move hasn't actually been made.
No, that's us.
But it will
That was
be
a suggestion.
because Tom's made the move.
Right. Yes. So he speaks things into existence. I understand that. All right.
Is there like anything why we don't want to play it? Is it now bishop d3 in this very moment before
To try
exchanges?
and trade of queens. Yeah, I didn't realize how powerful that pass pawn actually looks until you mentioned it, because after queen takes, pawn takes, these two bishops obviously will help the pawn run, and nothing's more deadly than a passed pawn and two bishops protecting it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and so here I guess also the difference would be that now we have some back rank issues. Like this could be some point. This is not where you want to be. So
Absolutely.
so maybe bishop d3 right now would be quite uncomfortable. But rook a8 is on the board.
Oh my goodness. Okay, we need I think we need a chat counter. Someone needs to set up a bot so that we can see how many moves in a row Tom gets right. And then obviously it will be reset every single time a different move is made. So far I think that's 3 moves in a row. Is that correct? No, more than that, maybe. Rook e2, but before rook e2, what happened?
I was not expecting white to take on a5. I mean, we didn't really think about alternatives, but I did not expect that to happen.
Oh, okay. I see.
Gotta be honest, can't take credit for all of it. And bishop d3 is on the board. And
Someone in chat did say they're looking forward
Yeah.
to your Lichess course, by the way.
Okay, gotta keep that in mind that there is at least one one customer
There we go.
interested person. But what do you do here with black? I'm looking at this position and nothing comes to my mind like for now as a clear move that I just know that okay, this I like.
Yeah, that's a good point because something like Queen c6 would be my default move, but like you showed, takes and Queen b8 is annoying.
But maybe it's not enough. Like let's take a look at it again. Like if we do for this, and maybe Queen c8. Queen c8 is somehow holds, using the fact that we cannot just take the pawn, as there is a back rank issue for white as well.
Oh dear.
True.
So maybe Queen b8 is not like so very dangerous. And here after the queen exchange, yeah, there's only one rook on the first rank for white, so he doesn't like they don't have time to be just doing anything too dangerous.
Mhm.
Of course, I haven't calculated too much of it. Just wondering.
Yeah, I don't know,
We
but
want to leave by
this
this,
position,
okay.
when you're calculating, also doesn't feel totally clear.
No, it doesn't. If I could exchange rooks, I think I would feel comfortable.
Safer.
As this would be just a safe pawn. But then from the other hand, like we have only one weakness, that's a d5 pawn, and our rook technically is more active than white's rook. So judging from that kind of logic, maybe it is completely fine still, because the more active rook should be able to create more threats than the more passive rook. But I don't know if that kind of applies to such a concrete position like this one.
But maybe black can just not calculate so much here. She can do something like Queen e7 in the first place instead of Queen c6 and just not have this problem of Queen b8 to deal with.
Yeah, that seems more simple. But then
So far, Tan has
Rook
been
eight.
making moves which doesn't require a lot of calculation.
Yeah, she's spending a lot more time here than she did in the past couple of moves. We saw how fast she's moved. I think in game 2 there was a critical moment where Tan had thought for about 20 minutes or more. So she knows when she has to spend her time. I think that's a superpower, knowing when to spend a lot of time, when not to.
What do we think about
Imagine
this kind
she
of
spends more time when G4, maybe knight h4 is the only way.
Mm.
Knight f3 check, knight g5.
Yeah, so the question is, I guess, what do we think about this? What is here?
Well, there's no
Does
back
it
rank
seem-
checkmate anymore.
Yeah, that's pleasant. And
She's
h4.
gone for
Oh
rook
my
e1.
gosh! I was going to ask in this, the live position. Could we go to the live position real quick, please? Yes. So I was going to ask you guys, have you spotted a queen sacrifice perhaps? Because they could potentially be one on the board, just according to the engine, because my stockfish microchip in my brain hasn't updated yet. And so rook a1 would just be amazing and incredible because they have to queen takes b6. I mean, this would be force rook e1 takes bishop f1, and then I was thinking about rook a1. Oh,
Rook e1.
dreams are shattered.
They don't give us time to even show the variations. Yeah.
No, you can't even blink. If it wasn't for the Lichess haptic sounds, I think I would miss a lot.
Yeah, so I guess we have the same position, just with the rook on a8 rather than on a2. So now we can play comfortably queen c6.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's probably the point, right? Now queen c6 will be quickly played, and
Would the bishop go back, Toms?
well, bishop e5 right now does seem pleasant. Has a very big appeal to me, and I really want to make g4 work. I don't know, it just feels like the move I really want to play here if I want to win this game.
But here black can also do knight e7. Yeah.
Okay, here we have 97 using the fact that this is yanking. But still, isn't this a bit of a progress for white?
It is, but I think it can also be a bit provocative sometimes. I don't know. Maybe with the bishops it's not so bad. I would be worried about some kind of a f5 break for black in the future though. Knight g6 now, and you go bishop g3, huh? And then I want to make f5 work as black, but I don't know if this is a good moment to do that. But let's maybe just make the move now and see.
f5. Okay, that's fun. This is, at least this is fun. We can maybe
It just takes and rook d5.
Oh, rook d5 was also possible, I guess. Yeah, but
Yeah.
I'm going for the still the safe approach, because d5 pawn, it should fall relatively quickly, and if we get the past b pawn, it's also will be comfortable. As now you can't even play most like queen c6, as it could be met by. Oh no, that doesn't work. Okay, I'm blundering left and right.
Rook a1 and rook h1.
Yeah, that's a checkmate. So not that. Okay, we would have to pick up the pawn on d5 with some more conventional means. Yeah, just white g4 in my mind is just, I'm very, very just desperate to find some
Way to
play for a
continue.
win.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense actually, because of the dark square bishop, white manages to control the black knight from entering any important position on h4 or f3. So in that sense, it can be a playable move. It doesn't look. It might not be as dangerous as it looks at first sight.
But now she's thinking. She did play rook a1 exchange quickly, and now she's thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I think she was happy to enter into this position, which I can understand. And It's not like she's taking a lot of time either, right?
Yeah, it's just a safe amount. Make sure. Could she be at all considering taking on b4? Like now with just one rook on the board? Like, is there any sort of merit to that decision? Like,
I mean,
I don't
this
know.
feels just wrong in every way possible, yeah, to give the B pass.
I'm just trying to like wonder like, okay, we need to be thinking here from black side. We have to have some candidate moves, what to consider. So one
I'd
is
consider Queen C6, Queen D8, Queen E7. Pretty much any queen move that doesn't trade.
Mm.
queen d8 could be interesting to get the queen to h4 or to f6. Yeah, just some attacking from the other side. Although again, putting it under the rook seems a bit scary.
Yeah, but that's just for one move. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. We cannot make any tactics work. Like c4 now doesn't do anything because the rook on d1 is undefended. So we have to be much more tricky from the white side. All the time we have back rank issues since we have only one rook. And so
That
that
does
means that
seem to
we
be the
can't
underlying problem, yeah. I liked the idea that you had of playing g4, even after knight h4 and all the rest, because the king isn't in any immediate danger after that, plus you're creating a lift for the king without losing a tempo.
Yeah, and I think that maybe now even g4 is a bit more strong than in the other cases, because in this case, yeah, that's still the spin is gonna be somewhat important here,
Mm-hmm.
and we take
Yeah,
away
but
the queen.
here the queen can come to f6 and support the knight. Yeah.
Then we take the knight.
Yeah, maybe we had to do that. Yeah, okay. I do agree that it's not. That's true. The knight is. We can't get it out from h4, then it's very annoying. It's gonna be very, very annoying there. It doesn't go to f3, it doesn't allow us to go king g2 and stuff, so yeah.
Mm.
Okay, so we have some candidates as moves here. And this is the current position. Tan is thinking.
Yes, Anna in chat reminding me that we haven't in fact had our trivia question. Both of you have escaped quite narrowly, but here we go. Are you ready? So the trivia question of today is, or perhaps there will be more than one, but the first one is, between the two players, Tan and Zhu, who has had the highest peak rating?
Oh, that's Jim. She was 2600 at some point.
I made it too easy today. Yeah. You're more focused on more important stuff.
At the moment, I think that Tan is on her peak rating, no? Or like few points under. She got her peak rating last month, and now she lost a couple of points, and so
Wow.
just the current, yeah.
That is
I think
accurate.
the current rating is for Zhu and Jun even is higher than peak by Tan.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Tom's is incredibly well researched. Yeah.
Thank you. I mean,
Okay, are you ready for another question? This one maybe is a little bit more tough. No cheating or searching. Chat can also guess if you don't know already. Both of them have attended a university, and I think they actually attended the same university. Yes, they did. Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Which of the two players graduated from the School of Law?
From the School of Law.
So they studied law.
Yeah, I think I know this one as well.
Okay. Are you giving someone else a chance?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
You've done your
okay.
homework. Yes, Toms. Nice.
Is it Tan?
It is. It is. Yeah. Perhaps if we
Yeah,
can come up. Sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, the reasoning for why she chose law is actually the most like unusual thing I had ever heard about somebody choosing the direction where to study at. Do you know that? What was the reason?
No.
No.
Because it just didn't involve any mathematics.
What?
That's a brilliant reasoning actually.
Yeah.
Just she just didn't. She wanted to study something which just doesn't have mathematics, and that was law in her case. There.
Okay.
Queen d8 on the board, by the way.
Queen d8. Nice. Oh, predictions are on point today. Okay, one perhaps trivia question for chat. Are we ready? In 2022, Tan won the Women's World Rapid Championship. However, she had to do so by winning the tiebreak. Who was that tiebreak against? Tiebreak match.
2022.
Yes.
Was it Konero Humphrey?
Not this one, no.
Because I don't remember she played a tiebreak. I don't remember which year.
Yeah, I don't remember. I definitely read this information, was aware of it, but I can't recall really. Now read as well at all.
We're besting the commentators' chat. Let's go. No. It is one of the top-rated players. Of course. I'm trying to remember what country she's from. I do remember that she played in the same World Youth year as me back in 2014. So we're around the same age.
Ooh.
Is it Alina Koshtinskaya?
No.
Yeah, I am completely blanking here on this one.
Oh no, she's not the same year as you.
I don't
forgot
think
you
so.
Younger than me.
Yeah, I've got no answer.
I forgot you're many years younger than me.
Oh. Yeah, Alina is 31. I am 28.
Yeah, she's closer to my age.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So this player is from Kazakhstan. Maybe that makes things a little bit easier.
Gilisa.
So close. One of her teammates.
Is it a guess by Anna in the chat?
Oh, Bibi Sarah. It's not Bibi Sarah. No.
Abdulmalik Zanshir.
Abdulmalik, no. This player, I believe, was also photographed by Steph Bonhaig at the World Championship in 2023. Oh, 2023 in Astana.
Yeah, I have one of those moments that I know the person probably you're talking about, but I just can't really get the word on my tongue. It's
I had to learn how to pronounce her name way back when I first realized she was one of the top seeds of the tournament. Dinara Sadua Kosova, I believe.
That was
Yes.
going to be my guess. That was going to be my guess.
Yeah. All right, so that one was tricky enough, I suppose. The next one should
But
be
then I think
easier.
Dinara and Abdul Malik kind of became a bit inactive, yeah?
Oh,
At least Abdul Malik, she doesn't play so much, I think, anymore.
probably after getting married. Yeah. Maybe she's focusing
Yeah.
on a career and family.
I think she's also the mayor of her city or something, right? I'm not sure.
She's the mayor?
I think she holds some kind of an important position.
Oh.
Yeah, I think so.
If you were to hold an important position, Srinath, what would it be? Sorry, did I interrupt you?
No, I think I'm happy being just having a good position on the board.
Okay. Yeah. Would you want to be a mayor, Toms?
I don't think so. Politics doesn't seem like a place I would like to be at. It just seems to be, yeah,
Very
too
safe
tricky.
answer.
Too tricky world to navigate, really.
Mm-hmm.
And
probably.
okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to be the mayor, but I would like to be knighted one day. Where they take the sword and they're like, I dub you, the knight of Jesseville. Yeah. Tom's for
Oh,
president. Oh, that's funny.
But actually, isn't it rather easy to get a knight status? Just get you have those sites where you can buy like 1 square meter of land, and then you.
I
Oh,
heard
no,
about
was
that.
something else. No, that was not for knight. That was some
Or maybe to become a lord. Lordship.
lord. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, that's lordship. Confusing those two always.
Yeah. Since I can't move my knights very well, I might as well become one. That was a bad joke. Let's get back to the game. Queen d8. Alright. So
Queen d8 got played actually. Yeah, the queen is getting regrouped to f6 to the other side of the board. Very nice idea.
Yeah, I think very much in the style of Tan. So far, the pattern is also a bit clear. Yeah, it seems like Jew Engine is a bit more strategic to me, and Tan seems to be more concrete. And also, her match strategy seems to be revolving around concretely equalizing with black and trying to, not allow Jew Engine her types of positions.
Yeah, that is her playing style, I think, in general. Just concrete lines always, and now also like Queen d8. I mean, at this moment, it's unlikely. Of course, nothing happening, but if White is not careful, then we could see that there is some potential attacking ideas on the king side appearing with the knight h4, and with less time on the clock, perhaps, there can be already some successful tactics as well. And h3 quickly played. Wow.
Noble back rank.
Jesse's prophylaxis.
Yeah, I'm glad that they're taking a page out of my book over here. And I assume that this will also just help along the way, relieving the rook of its back rank duties. What would the plan be here? So after Queen f6, for instance, what should...
Yeah, actually, that was going to be my question. How quickly do you think Tan is going to play Queen f6?
Was this played or is this analysis? Let me double check.
No, that's just me putting it on the board.
Okay.
Yes, analysis.
Yeah, she needs Tom's approval before she can make the moves.
Right. It's got to happen on the analysis before it happens in real life. Understood.
It does feel like you almost have to bail out with bishop takes f5.
Mouse slip. Sorry.
Like, can get very uncomfortable. Like h3 was aimed at, yeah, of course we can attack the d5 pawn somehow. So maybe she intends to go just bishop b2, bishop f3.
Yeah, that was. I was thinking along those lines, but then after rook c8, what do you? How do
I have
you?
no idea. What do I do here? Maybe rook d3.
Wow. Feels
No,
committal.
rook c4. No, rook c4, queen b8. What do we think of all of that?
Yeah, it no longer feels like white is pressing without any risk.
And that's at the cost of trying to keep both bishops. Are we underestimating the power of the knight on f5?
Yeah, with the removal of a pawns, the knight became way stronger than it was before.
Mm-hmm. Now it only has to focus on one side of the board.
And yeah, so what is the move? It does seem unpleasant, the rook c8 stuff, and
Could I tell you what the engine suggests? Only because it looks
E1?
very... Yeah, it just seems very arbitrary. That's why I wanted to mention it. So it suggests...
No, I was also thinking of rook e1. Ah, okay.
Oh, okay. No, it wasn't rookie one. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
oh no.
Maybe rookie one is the second move on the engine, but the first one is very crazy. It's bishop b8.
Well, Tom's already made this move once before.
Oh yes, I remember. It looked very
We're just-
wild though.
Cutting off the rook from c8 square, cutting it out of the game.
It's ultimate prophylaxis, yeah, like
Right.
getting off the rook from c8, and then if the queen moves from f6, then the bishop comes back to e5.
That rook feels
Yeah.
jailed, probably. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that is some very nice looking move. And you can
Insane.
also get uncomfortable sometimes with queen b7 ideas. Like the rook will have to leave the 8 rank, and you can end up having some back rank issues with this bishop kind of staring down on h7 square.
Yeah, there she goes, by the way. Queen f6 on the board.
It is, yeah.
So, what is your prediction? Are we gonna see bishop b8?
I think rook e1.
Yeah, I think something more logical. As I said, bishop b8 feels super weird, arbitrary, and unnecessary. But perhaps to stop the rook from having a future, or any immediate future, bishop b8 is the way to go.
Yeah, rook e1 quickly played. But maybe moves like bishop b8 is what you have to play if you want to win position like this. You have to somewhere find something that is not obvious, because with the obvious things it might be just too little.
What now?
True.
I suppose the rook is the only piece that's not doing too much. Maybe putting pressure on the c3 pawn with rook c8 here. Or perhaps...
Yeah, you need to be careful
Hmm.
not to move it away from the 8th rank, yeah, because the queen b8 and g4 idea.
Yeah, I was
still
looking
exists.
I was looking at either g4 being the idea or even g5 for black. But then I was like, I need to learn patience. I need to probably go to Kung Fu school, like Kung Fu Panda, who learned patience.
They did manage to play rook c8 and analyze his board before they played rook c8 in the game, so that's good.
Oh, I'm glad you're catching up, or rather they are. They're moving very fast. Here.
So
Now
we're
bishop
gonna see
f5, yeah?
bishop b5 and queen g5 now? This is gonna be the next two moves?
I think so.
I have to
But
go
then,
back and check.
This wouldn't be an unusual point for a repetition.
Just coming back and forth.
Yeah. But if white wants to continue the game, maybe queen g4, is it an option?
Queen g4.
Yeah, bishop e5 on the board. I guess queen g5 should also come on the board.
Okay, so I would like to move my knight now. I'm not sure though e7 or h4. I would say e7.
Then
Yeah. How can we play this for a win? I think it's very hard.
Chances are slim, but never impossible. Never zero.
I feel it would improve black's pawn structure, taking hd. The g5 pawn could be very useful there. More useful than h6 pawn in some endgame. And we are playing on one side of the board. The knight is very active. It can be going to c6, pushing out the dark squared bishop, increasing some pressure on c3.
I also like Tan's attitude towards this game. Not exactly just trading off and going for a draw, but rather trying to play as actively as possible to still have a chance of a victory. But often, you know, if you're up in the score on the scoreboard, you feel like you can just relax and try to play for some draws. But that's often the mentality that gets you or bites you in the behind.
Oh, we have bishop a6. Okay, bishop a6 I like. This is... The rook on c8 is too good. So we just ask it to move somewhere else.
I think we lost Srinath's audio. Srinath, can you hear us? Testing, testing, testing.
sorry, I think I got disconnected from.
Oh dear.
Okay.
But I'm back.
So, yeah, this is... I really like, yeah, the move bishop a6. It does ask questions, at least some. And might be not that easy to find a square where to put the rook. Yeah, since we can meet rook a8 with some moves like queen b7 maybe even as well. Just asking more questions and more questions all the time. Until, yeah, here we still have a way to attack. Here we also... Okay, on f8 it's safe for a while. But you don't want to be putting rook on f8. Or not even talking about rook a8, bishop b7.
Did that happen?
This is the position, yeah, with the bishop a6.
Yeah, right.
And we have some options of knight h4, but probably bishop g3 attacking here just solve the dull. Now we have two pieces under attack, and rook a8 is already on the board. But yeah.
No, I think it makes sense in a way, also luring the queen to b7 and then going to f8. Because the queen at least managed to distract the queen away from the fourth rank, not allowing options like queen g4 or queen f4. So rook a8 displaces the white pieces.
Okay, sorry, but is that I had some double audio, some echo there. I'm not sure if it is just in my ears or it's also going for this broadcast here.
Yeah, I really hope not. Could you say something quickly, Sri, so we can fix that, perhaps?
Okay, I think it should be better now.
Okay, I think it is better on my side. Tom's, is it better for you as well?
Yeah, the echo is gone.
Great.
Setting went off.
Awesome. Much better.
Apologies to the chat.
Not at all. 2 Sris are better than 1. Yeah.
Okay, so is it bishop b7 or queen b7 now, the move?
I don't like either, to be honest. I want the bishop on f1 or something.
Okay.
But then I also don't feel I don't feel very spirited to play as white anymore in this position. This is the time when I wouldn't mind doing bishop f4, bishop e5 repetition.
If I would give it to you though, without bishop on d3, I would seriously consider queen going to g6. And
Yeah,
still
but
playing
then I
for
bring
something.
back the bishop to d3. Yeah, bishop f4, queen g6, bishop d3,
Yeah.
and then just wait. Bishop
Okay.
f4 on the board. No, sorry, you made the move.
No. That's. I know.
Oh, it's on the board.
Love this. This is
No
great.
way. She's not gonna repeat it. She just wants to know where Black Queen is gonna stand. Now the pawn is not under attack on c3,
Yeah.
and now she wants to do something with the bishop. And maybe she was worried about some pressure on the g file if the queen leaves. Maybe, I don't know. Just the queen will no longer be defending stuff.
Yeah.
Probably something along those lines. Or also the position is kind of semi sharp. There's some tactical ideas maybe appearing, and she just wants to get extra move, become closer to move 40. I mean, it was always kind of said by the uh, older coaches to me that whenever you can, you should repeat the position at least once and then play further.
Is that
Just
an
to
ELO prerequisite? So if you're above 2500, this is almost always the case?
I mean, I never agreed to that myself, but it was just something that was said to me. So I don't know
Okay.
actually. What is your thoughts on that, Srinath? For you, is that
Yeah,
something
I
you
mean, it
support?
makes sense, I think, especially with the format we grew up with. That, like, White, if she repeats once here, she has two less moves to make before the time control, yeah, which is useful for her. Although in today's times of, playing a lot of non-increment chess, if in the title arena, if I do, especially with the Berserk, if I repeat once, it's going to be bad for me. So maybe the current generation grows up with a different instinct than the previous ones.
Mm. The generational problem. There was a question in chat
Uh,
saying, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, I'm clearly from the older generation, so I see these repetitions in an instant.
Hashtag boomer. So the question in chat says, was knight h4 an option instead of moving the rook away? Or does it just leave the knight on a useless square for an empty threat? So that was
Yeah,
probably a little bit ago. Mm-hmm.
the problem here was bishop g3, and now we have two pieces
Yeah.
under attack. We defend the g2 pawn, and we can't take care of everything that's attacked. So I would say it wasn't an option in this moment exactly, but because of that, I think the bishop f4 was played just somewhere to avoid the knight h4 tactic.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, this is the position now, and I guess June has to think what if to repeat or really go for something more direct. Okay, just for the idea, let's take a look at bishop b7 as a move. Where do we feel?
What would you do if you were White in a practical game terms? And Jesse,
What if sorry, I didn't hear the question.
like, what would, if you had the option to repeat or if you had the option to play on, which one would you choose in a practical game?
Oof. This is very similar to a question that Tom's asked a couple days ago. It's also, or maybe something we just discussed, that I was more likely to take a draw in a winning position against a higher rated player. So maybe it depends on my opponent, depends on how I feel, depends on how comfortable I also feel in the position. What about you?
Higher rated player, I think I would also. Wow, did this happen? Bishop d7 and rook d8?
Yeah, that's what was played.
Crazy. I've never been a part of a stream where the players follow almost so much.
Oh gosh. Yeah, I saw that there's actually a Jumbotron in the playing hall with the Lichess stream on it. Lee stream, yes. Lichess stream, so players can look up at any moment and just be like, we got their approval, let's do it. And then, boom, played. So lots of fan theories at the moment, and this is the one we're sticking with. And you'll never know because we don't have access to the cameras.
Mhm.
We should ask players to wear body cam maybe. And one of their buttons or one of their hair pieces. Okay, back to chess.
No, we still wouldn't be able to see the screen, showing the Lichess stream from the body cam.
Oh, true. Unless they walk around. Okay.
Which you wouldn't allow them to, at least not Joe and June.
Exactly. If I was Joe and June's coach, I think her butt would be really sore by now.
Okay. Strange turn.
All right, so 16 minutes left on the clock for Drew. It is move 33, I believe. Let me double check. It's move 34, in fact. And the next move for white being move 35. So, defending the pawn, do you think at some point Drew will just be reacting instinctively in the position rather than trying to create more problems? Maybe instead trying to simplify.
I think we are slowly getting past this point where she can play easily moves, because I didn't see that before when I mentioned bishop b7, and like you pointed out, I guess, Srinath, that why you now, like I see why you said that you don't like bishop b7. It just feels like it's out of the game there. I don't know if that's the point, but it just feels cut off and hanging, and this can give potentially some attacking ideas for black without the bishop being able to join the game.
Yeah, exactly. But I think white is counting on the fact that she has bishop g3 whenever black plays knight h4. So for now, maybe she isn't too worried about a potential attack. But then the problem that we had was we simply don't see a plan for white to target anything else. Seems like there's just too little to play around with.
And I think we can't even repeat the position right now, because I would consider queen h4 is an option.
c7?
Oh,
Rook d7. Rook d7.
Yeah, we exchange on rook d7. And wait, but I was wondering if I can pick up the pawn later on b4 somehow. Maybe after bishop e5 there's still no improvement. Unfortunately. Still taking on b4 is not so good idea, because we can't kick the bishop out from this diagonal. Okay, so maybe still get it repeated.
The dark square bishop is just too strong for white to be in any danger. The dark bishop.
So, yeah, sorry, go on.
I was just saying something like the dark bishop rises.
Oh no. Oh, okay.
Wow,
Wait,
bishop
this is
c7
played?
white. Yeah, this is
Yeah,
played.
bishop c7 is played.
Also, she wants to draw out the rook to d7, then maybe the back rank has some issues, and then to go bishop e5.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Noted.
So here, but what, again, we need next move. Maybe not.
Here, maybe you're creating some options like bishop c8.
Ooh, that's interesting. Okay.
So we used to have this rule that as a commentator you're allowed to sacrifice pieces on the analysis board, but I don't think that's possible anymore because they might actually play it So we just have to be careful.
Yeah, true.
But this.
Queen b6?
Anyways, the bishop on on e6 was like a big pawn,
Hmm.
so it does like we changed one pawn for another pawn, and nothing became worse in the position.
Mm-hmm. What about queen b6 here? Maybe.
Queen d6.
And I would just
G8.
wait it out in queen g6 and queen f7. And feels like very, very little to me. Maybe the bishop
Yeah.
is powerful enough, but
Just not having enough pieces to create something.
we do have to watch out with for the threats against our king. We can't go too crazy with just going forwards. But maybe you can create something slowly here, draw out all the squares from the rook, just again attack, and then again attack somehow, somewhere, and just in the right manner to push the rook to some very uncomfortable place. Like... Okay, I don't have an idea. I was thinking something along the lines like here, now pushing it back to d8, and then maybe making some bishop c7 work, but of course we are not in time for anything.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about something a little bit more ridiculous, like trying to create a rook lift. So like rook b1, rook b4, rook g4. But maybe that's...
No, I don't think it's ridiculous. I think it's very natural. It's just that the problem is black has this defense with knight h4, bishop g3, knight f5, and when you move the rook away, the e5 bishop becomes vulnerable. I don't know if white has enough time to implement the rook lift to g4.
Oh, rook d1 was played.
Rook f8 was played. Okay, so she went for the safer option once again. Not getting into the complicated line. Maybe it was a bit unclear, but doesn't this give at least something for white?
Yeah, at first sight it seems so. At first sight, it seems like maybe white has achieved something very, very small.
She must have prepared something as rook d1, because rook leaving the d file, it's such a committal decision because it cannot return to d file. So she must have expected it, and there should be an idea how she's planning to defend d5 pawn. And of course, also the question is the d5 pawn under attack at all? So let's say if he would play some random move, although I don't know what is a random move in this position, but after take, we have queen c6. Oh no, the knight is hanging on f5, never mind. So the random move maybe is to remove the knight from f5. Somehow.
You could also, I suppose, try to trade the queen and then the knight would end up there, yeah. But then, is there a way for black to attack, maybe? Because I keep looking at ideas.
Like what, queen g5?
Yeah. Queen g5, maybe. Queen g5. But then bishop takes.
I think knight h4 was a possibility here, but you have bishop g3 here, yeah? In that case, is knight e3 a move?
Knight e3 looks nice.
Oh wow. Oh wow, that is...
It's crazy
Schmancy.
because
pretty.
it just works here. You need the bishop f4, knight into d5,
Oh my word.
Queen miraculously works.
Mm-hmm.
That is a very nice move. Very nice
Just.
tactic.
I like 93.
So queen g5 probably would have to be met by bishop f4, then looking to take on the next move.
Mm.
And but what about queen h5 in this case? Is this...
Yeah. Queen into h3 and queen g4 choke.
Oh, yeah.
Tactics.
So that should be working out good. And we also don't want to leave the back rank, I think, with the rook. We want to keep it there. And something like rook d2 or something. Now knight h4 could have also some point with bishop h3 tactics.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Knight h3 and knight into g2 ideas.
Yeah.
Ooh,
knight h2
92.
as well.
That's pretty. It's really, really nice. But shall we try to take our perhaps either semi-last or last break of today right now and then come back in a couple minutes to continue? Because I think players, do you think they will make time control in this game?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think so.
All right. Shall we take a break?
Yeah.
Yep, that's fine with me.
Sounds good. We'll be back soon, everyone. Alright, we are back after this short break. Any developments? I think so. Queen g5 has been played.
Like,
Wow, that's some nice calculation, yeah. She saw bishop into d5 knight d3.
so yeah, like somebody wrote in the chat, indeed. Now we have to quickly make some predictions for June and June because players were waiting for us to return from the break to be able to know what to do. And she's running out of time, so we have to help out.
Indeed, 9
To
minutes
give her
left.
the instructions.
Uh-huh.
You have to give her the instructions, yeah.
Oh, right. You have to wait instructions, of course. Otherwise, they would be lost without you. Of course.
With the toms.
No, but I think is it gonna be bishop f4 as a move now? Just to avoid no, bishop h4 had those problems with queen h5. Right. So
Yeah.
just trying to recall what we were talking about. I don't think queen g4 would be a way to play for a win here. That would be, I think, way to bail out a little bit. And
Do you think any kind of endgame is just completely okay for black, or maybe is something like queen f4 worth trying?
without rook able to reach d8, I guess there could be some problematic endgames, like those bishops can cut off the rook potentially. I mean, I can see that happening, but that is a very good question, especially now when the pawn is under attack. Queen f4 looks interesting. Because queen f4 allows us the control of the d8 square once again. So perhaps rook d8 now is just good enough.
So here I was wondering if c4 is an option. This is exactly what I was trying to make it work for white.
Okay, that's getting fun very quickly. So c4, d4, c5, I assume is the idea. And just to remove it.
This
His
should be
pawn
good
is
for white,
faster.
yeah?
Hmm.
So the bishop.
Like bishop d5 is probably too artificial of a move here. Yeah, even c6, okay. Even c6 and the d4 pawn will be lost probably somewhere. Okay, this is... Okay, that's interesting. Just pushing in the endgame. Using those little edge, this little edge that's here in this position.
They say
What about
that
g5?
it's statistically proven that pawns near the flank of the board actually run faster than pawns that are in the center. And it's scientific research that was conducted that confirmed my theory. Anyway, so g5.
Yeah, I was just wondering, like maybe g5 again for the same reason, to ask the bishop where does it want to go to. Because if it goes to e5, I'm gonna follow up with f6. And if it comes to c7, well, now I for sure don't have any back rank issues. So that feels like some improvement. And
I think with the queen off the board, would the bishop pair actually become stronger?
Yeah, and also black's counterplay against the king gets nullified. But here, maybe one of the questions, and something that might be also interesting to what? Bishop into d5 happened?
yeah, that's
Ooh.
just got played. Oh wow.
Are we going to see
Oh.
knight e3 this line? The spice!
Beautiful.
But the evaluation bar didn't go crazy. That's my only indicator that 93 is not as deadly as it made it to look like.
Yeah, it says depth 40. I don't think players see that far. So let's give it 5 moves. And if things are
Evaluation
still
bar is
equal,
at depth 40. It's like super strong and deep, yeah.
yeah. Stockfish 17.1. I've got the good stuff loaded. But let's say after 5 moves from this point, if it's still equal, then perhaps the dust has settled and we can safely assume that it might be a draw. But I
No,
would
but
say,
honestly, for me, 93 is also a way to quickly make a draw rather than something that you try to win. Because 93 f into e3, bishop into d5, and here I think white should be able to easily equalize, yeah, with e4, for instance. It's not like white is probably not going to lose this one. Queen e3 check. Although I can see some dangers, but if white wants to shut things down, I think it's only too easy. You just need to put the rook on d2, queen on d4, rook on d2, and sit. And black can't really make any serious.
Yeah, that would be a way to bail out. Could we consider just keeping the pieces on the board and playing it for a win with this kind of manner? It's obviously won't be approved by the engine or anything, but just to keep the pressure alive.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we can, but what would be the ultimate objective if
Just want to play rook e8 in the next move and take
and
on
get the
e4
pieces
with
in, yeah.
comfort.
No, makes sense. If I again, if I want to be ruthless to make a draw, maybe queen b6,
b6 or d6? Sorry.
b6 to try and get rook d8. Now I see your point.
Ooh.
Here. This is how you
Okay, but now I do take on
Yes.
e4.
bishop into e4 and bishop into g2 might be the point. Queen f2, bishop g2. Whatever.
Ooh, that's nice. The classic bullet blunder, that would be.
But in this position, do you think, I mean, they're on move 37 right now, and Drew only has 6 minutes left on the clock. Is there a way for Tan to complicate things as to try and lapse Drew's time? Because there's 93.
should be the only one, right?
Yeah.
Is 93 the is it
It's
the
the
only
only
move that doesn't-
move. Yes.
So she had to have seen this when playing queen g5, right? Otherwise it seems too risky.
Probably.
So 93, but 93 I think white has two options, yeah. One is bishop f4 and other is f into e3, and I think both are very valid ways, two different ways to play.
Wait, but didn't 93 is on the board, but didn't bishop f4 lose something?
Is 93.
So it goes into this endgame, queen into f8, king into f8, bishop g5, and g5. This endgame, white shouldn't lose, no?
This one, yeah?
No. Queen into f8, check after 90.
Oh, there, okay, immediately, right.
Bishop into g5, h into g5, c4. So that's knight c3 here. It continues, yeah. The variation continues. Knight c3 and white doesn't have a way to defend c4.
Ouchies. Maybe rook d3.
Yeah, rook d3
d3
also knight e2 check and bishop into c4.
That's actually a thought that, yeah, maybe you can approach it in this way. Does it help, or we get to the same position? Yeah, we get to the
I
same
guess
position.
approximately the same position, but yeah. Also, instead of c4, white can play rook c1 in either cases. Yeah.
So it doesn't seem like a good direction where to go though from the white side. So probably the different colored bishop position is the more Likely one. I thought I saw knight e3 on the board, but it's not on the board. Okay. I thought I saw it in the live board, but I guess that's not true.
Not yet.
It's still this position.
She's still awaiting for confirmation. Probably some kind of a transmission delay.
Maybe, and then suddenly there'll be like 4 moves on the board. And then we'll be like, oh my gosh, something happened.
Typical chess broadcast.
Do you think she's gonna try here if this happens? Do you think Tan is gonna try to play it for a win, or in this kind of case she would just take queen e4 and offer a draw basically?
No, I think if this comes, I think she would try to shut it down, make a draw. Also, she can maybe do that with bishop into e4 as well, after e4. There are many ways for that.
That's
Till the
true.
game.
There are many ways to skin the chat.
So we expect that she's simply double checking everything because bishop d5, that was of course the main move she was calculating when playing queen g5, and yeah, now she just has to be certain that knight e3 is working. Although I would think that you have to be certain about the knight e3 working before you play queen g5. Just if you look at the order of things, and then you should be very confident.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be such a risky thing to go into queen g5 without calculating precisely, because she also had an alternative. Yeah, she could have maybe played knight h4 instead if she was not sure of this.
Knight h4 was not working, simply because it was... Wait, what was after knight h4? There we had...
No, I mean before queen g5. Here we have bishop g3. Yeah, this is the problem.
Yeah, the knight is hanging.
I was wondering if she was
now.
considering this move instead of knight e3. Or maybe just trying to double check the lines.
Maybe this one's not so simple.
We are gonna have to play the endgame, which is for sure by the engine just 0-0-0, but you are pawn down. It's a draw, but you are pawn down. You gotta keep playing on.
But apparently there's something stronger after knight h4, yeah, which I assumed was bishop g3, but apparently not.
So, in this position right before that, as Sri said, there's only one move, which is knight e3, and every other option goes like +1 for white, which I suppose is not much of an advantage given how we spoke about this a couple days ago. You need at least like +2 or 3 to find it that it is a convincing advantage. Oh, sorry.
Could it be queen f4 to just secure the pawn? Turn knight h4, using the fact that it's defended. And if you take, I just want to exchange and put rook d5, and I do have an extra pawn. A comfortable way.
Yeah, queen f4 makes sense.
I guess it does work. To like it fulfills the purpose of keeping the extra pawn for white.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's still thinking. But we did see that also yesterday, that she was thinking for a long time in the rook endgame in one moment, and that was the moment when she needed to do the only move, and she did it. So, yes, we do expect knight e3 to be played.
I'm ready.
it's a question of what does white do after 93? I think that's the question we have on stream right now.
Or perhaps it's just about the idea as well that she's like she would like to play this position for a win, and she's still searching out if there is not something still better that she could be uh, going for that gives actually her chances to use the time advantage and maybe some tricks of sort, because yeah, she just sees that okay, here it's very very comfortable, it's most likely just a draw, and I don't have to worry about having less time on the clock, so I can use the time to find actually something if there are tricks.
Yeah, that could be possible. Can white play h4 here after 93?
Okay, so the idea is that here we do get at least somewhat better pawn on b4 than it was on c3.
Yeah.
But
yeah, this is the danger now. b5, b6. If the pawn goes to b6, then it's a potential beast.
it still should be relatively easy draw with the possible setups like this. But that's something.
So
That is
they
at
are
least something here.
still currently on move 37. There's a question in chat what move it is. Move 37. So still 3 moves left before time control. And yeah, 6 minutes. It's not a lot when you have quite a bit to calculate. I'm pretty sure that Ju
Yeah,
is
I think
using this time.
94 is critical, yeah. This is a critical line, I think. Now maybe queen g4 is it playable?
Oh wow. So here you take with the bishop?
Yeah, here I take with the bishop, and then I want to take knight into d5 and
Sorry.
take that, but then you're still a pawn now. 93 on the board. Finally 93 on the board. And I think h4 is white's best shot.
Yeah, I agree. That's yeah, h4 is on the board also.
H4.
Nice spotted, yeah.
Wow.
So we are gonna possibly see a very long, different colored bishop and rook endgame.
Oof.
If
Yeah.
the line with 95 knight b4 happens.
Unless we are able to find something wrong. So which one would you choose? Would you guys choose, both of you? The endgame with queen g4 or the endgame with knight into d5?
Knight d5.
95 feels like the natural choice because you are not a pawn down there at least, but the c3 pawn is not going anywhere, and the pawn on b6 can be, you can blunder against it. So, wow, that is really a good question. I don't know what the answer on that.
Yeah, it's also I think a good question for the chat. If it's like a poll. What would you do? Queen
two
g4 or knight
positions
d5?
that we're speaking about is the one of them is to be defending here, this kind of position where pawn gets to b6, or the other position is to go queen g4, and now after exchanges to take here, and to be defending this position with the pawn being still on c3 and it having to cross 3 white squares to be able to promote it, which is way harder. But you're a pawn down. Those are the kind of uncomfortable choices that very often I think cost the games for players, because this is like you have two choices which both are like not exactly what you want to do, and they both are, you know that they both are fine, but they are both like you're not certain about them, and then you kind of can spiral down in some bad state and make some poor decisions a bit later, and then if things actually start to go slightly worse, you are like, why did I choose this one? Why did I not go for the other one? I mean, it would have been so easy,
Yeah,
like always
I know.
self-help.
I
Choices are
believe
so tough in life.
this is the
No, but I
closest in
would.
time that they've been since the beginning of the game, I believe.
You're always looking at the clock here. You're always wanting to equalize the time.
Yeah, I gotta let you guys know, because you're looking at the board, I'll look at the clock, you know, it's really just teamwork. Yeah.
I would feel safer with the C pawn rather than the B pawn, the advanced B pawn, because I feel like the 4 versus 3 should be an easy draw for black, despite the extra pawn. Whereas with the B pawn, the pawn coming to B6, that feels much more scary to me, practically.
Yeah, I would agree with this assessment as well from my side, like objectively. But I know that on the emotional level, it is sometimes hard to choose to play without a pawn when you have an option to play on equal material.
Yeah, but also depends on how confident you are of defending the position with the C pawn. Um, Personally, for me, I had a game last year with something very similar where I had an extra pawn, and my opponent was a young player from Mongolia. He was under 20 years old, and he had absolutely no hesitation in going for the position with pawn down, and he drew very easily. And I was quite impressed that okay, so this younger generation, they don't spend as much time worrying about defending certain positions. They just go for it quickly. That was a big difference I felt when I played in 2024 as opposed to before. Previously, when I got a good position and my opponent was lower rated, they would spend a lot of time trying to defend the position and also worrying about why they got into such a bad position. But with a lot of these younger 24, 2300s that I played recently, they just had no problems at all in getting into bad positions. They just defended very confidently, like Hikaru.
They are built different, maybe out of Legos. I hear that's a very tough material that is
They're
used.
taking away the emotional factor from chess. They just start just calculating.
Queen g4 is on the board. Oh my gosh. Okay. And we
It's
did.
looking so messy, like visually, like with everything hanging, like it's.
Yeah.
But it's gonna get simplified very quickly here.
Yeah, it's going to get simplified, and then we are going to see Jew Engine try to grind out this position after 40 moves, yeah, for at least few minutes.
So it's good news for spectators as we are in for a lot of chess today, this Sunday. It's not over. It's gonna be on and on. Still probably for what would it be? Still 50 more moves?
I don't know about 50. I'm hoping something like 49. Yeah. A little bit less. But of course, Sundays are for chess. Sunday means chess in a language I just created. Oh, okay, so bishop takes g4, exactly what we had analyzed a little bit earlier. I say we because I was a spectator to you analyzing it. Rook d3. Now these moves are just rolling out, and that is officially move 40 as well. So players have safely made it over the threshold. Well, I suppose after this.
Yeah, knight into d5, rook d5 also on the board.
Uh-huh.
So we have this exact position,
Yeah.
which I wouldn't be too excited as white because
Oh.
it's really hard to advance the c pawn, which gets stopped right at c3. Yeah, like the bishop goes to e6, and the bishop is a very it defends the f7 pawn pretty comfortably, and that pawn's not really going far.
Do you think we're gonna see here an absolutely confident display by Tan Zhongyi that she's just gonna quickly play it out knowing that's a draw, without hesitation, without looking for any ghosts, just just making moves. And June and June will be thinking how to create something, or we are gonna see both players still spending time.
I think Tan is going to put up a confident defense. Although Ju will try really hard to squeeze anything from this position.
Rook a8 is aimed at getting rook behind the pawn, I assume, either here or here, and together with bishop e6 to stop it in that manner, so that also white's king could not advance. Since if you would go for a very passive defense, let's say here, with rook c8, for example, and then I'm not sure exactly which moves I want to do here, but yeah, white could play something like f3, bring the king over, and try to push you out of the c4 square, attack the bishop, and then try to get this pawn forward at least a little bit. So that's why she's going for the defense with the rook from behind, which will also be restricting white's king from any advancement. Is h5 an important move to play here? Usually in the endgames it is super important whether you can get h4, h5 against or no for some chances to win, but that's more the case in the rook endgames. So what do you think? Is it a weakness if we put the pawn on h5 here, or it's an important chance for us to play this one for win still?
This sounds like another one of those exception to the rules kind of thing. So putting a pawn on the same color as your opponent's bishop seems like a death wish. What do you think, Srinath?
It feels very tempting to play h5 in general. I just don't know if concretely it's an option, because h5 I see rook a1 check, king h2, rook d1, and maybe some forcing way to trade the rook or give up the h5 pawn. Yeah, rook c5 here, also bishop e6, and then forcing rook d5.
And then
That
f3.
is just pleasant. Yeah,
f3, rook d5.
Okay, and if we go something like, yeah, we don't have any bishop e5 and rook here, because anyways f4, f6 comes, so we can't save it.
Yep.
Okay, that's unpleasant for white.
But in general, as white, it would be, I think, nice to get this formation with h5, f3, g4. Like Jesse pointed out, we are not putting it so much on a light square, because the pawns are still, I think, not. It's not their final destination yet. And in the future, as white, maybe I would try to get some f4, g5 in to open up attack against the g7 pawn.
Final destination.
So, from the white, do we play f3 or not play f3? We just bring the bishop to the better square. Yeah, we have some certain things we would like to do here, but we have to choose in which order we do them. So we have to improve our bishop from c7, which is under attack in a lot of cases, and we have to improve the king, we have to improve the pawn structure, we have to take the rook away from the light square probably. What do we start with?
Yeah, the 1 minute looks terrifying, but just to remind chat, this is move 41, so players have both reached time control. So after the 1 minute lapses, it will say 0-0, which it also happens to be the evaluation of the position. But once they make a move, it will update the times.
Yeah, and I think in these positions, it's also important to try and visualize where you want your pieces in general. So like, for instance, as white, I would want to put my bishop on d4 right away. It can either come via b6 or e5. And this also prevents any kind of attempt to trade the rook from black, and then potentially try and provoke a weakness on the king side. Attack the g7 pawn. If black plays something like g6 or f6, it tries to create an opening, and then gradually we can try and get in some rook e3, and like I mentioned, the ideas with breaking with g5, or just that bishop on d4 is, I think, such a well placed piece, creating options to create pressure on g7 either from the 7th rank or from the g5. Bishop d6 is on the board.
It's on the board. Yes. We are collectively, we are really on some high percentage of guessing the most here.
If only there was a prize. We gotta contact Lichess and ask if there's a brilliancy prize for commentators. But now,
Bishop
oh,
e6, no? As
okay,
a
that
move?
was,
No, that was me, yeah.
oh, okay.
So why I was thinking of bishop e6 right now is that yes, g6 we don't want to play, I think, but if I would manage to push your rook somewhere back, I don't know where the rook goes, I would really like to play g5 here as a move, and to get my king to g6 as a square. And in this moment, I think you're not really looking to play h5 because this pawn could become.
Lose the pawn.
Yeah, you can just pick it up before the f3 is played, and that's why I was thinking of bishop e6, and bishop e6 is on the board.
But that's also a bit of a trade-off as white. It's an option to try and give up the h5 pawn to push my c pawn up to c6.
That's a bit of a distraction.
Yeah, because anyhow you're not going to really win with the h5 pawn. So
yeah, but I think the problem in this case was that first we could include rook c8 and then go for the pawn. And then, at least with the rook on d2, this would not work out. But perhaps rook can go somewhere else than d2, somewhere better. We don't want to go rook c5 because that will be met with rook c8. And here also bishop c7 would never help us because we can never untangle the position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a very instructive point.
So, tough decision where to put the rook to play for a win still here in any way. On d1, not much changes. On d4, okay, something changes with rook on d4 because we don't have a bishop g4 move anymore. But also we don't have bishop. Yeah, we also don't have bishop d4 anymore, so that's not where we want to go. And still on some moves like bishop a5, even rook c4 can be rather uncomfortable, attacking the h4 pawn in the same time. Yeah, this is very hard for white to be playing for a win. Maybe rook e5 for that reason, just to stop g5 and get bishop d4 on the board. Okay, rook d6, it also accomplishes that, since after g5, h5 we have no bishop g4 as the pawn will be hanging on it.
Exactly. Yeah, this was exactly my thought as well when I saw the idea of g5 first.
Harry the h pawn. Oh, chat. I'm ready to... Yeah, it could offer a really good distraction because, as you mentioned, there are 3 light squares that the pawn needs to pass through in order to promote, and if he can survive one hurdle, well, that's a very dangerous looking pawn.
What do we think about this anti-positional move, rook a6?
That looks interesting.
Positionally,
Not my
it's
first instinct.
not where you want to be. Yeah.
So rook d8, bishop d4?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Rook d8 and bishop d4.
So now we don't have this because we could get checkmated after h5 all of a sudden on h8.
Boom.
But perhaps now the active king. Oh, but still no h5. Okay, h5 still could be case. Although that it's a pawn exchange, maybe not. Maybe you also don't need king g6 in any way. Just have to prepare a little bit. So how could we prepare for some pressure? Yeah, I really want to try to find something forcing, so I'm gonna go rook a5 here. My idea is to go rook h5 and after g3 to go g5. All the wrong moves by all the principles, but it could solve some trouble. Like any sort of issues could get solved immediately.
That would be very interesting to look at, could we? So you mentioned for white to move g3? Not yet. What would white play first?
I have no idea.
Okay.
King
Maybe rook
h2
f8.
runs
Okay.
into our idea, exactly. Oh, but it doesn't. Okay, so there is some issue with my plan.
Check, check.
Yeah, check, I think is the issue. Okay, now we have king f5. We don't have to go back to h7 though.
Yeah,
Mm.
this works.
But if we played instead preparing for it with f3 and here g3, then g5 is no longer possible due to rook h8 and rook here because we have a fork and rook
Yes.
g7.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. It's not so difficult to prevent it, yeah.
Yeah, then you have to just keep your rook off h5 and not play d4.
Yeah. That's maybe not the best place indeed. No forced draw. So we just have to play for a long, slow draw here. But she's not blitzing out the moves. So maybe she's still choosing the setup for the pieces and then the quicker moves are gonna come in. But she's taking her time.
Yeah, I suppose you definitely don't want to rush and then find yourself on the losing end. Especially if you have the time. So Tan has 36 minutes and Ju 29 minutes. Chat is just unhinged all the time. Every time. No idea. Explain the stockfish top move in plain human terms.
I am not checking Stockfish, so
I can explain
yeah,
it in
that-
Fortnite terms.
It's all zeros according to Stockfish right now, I imagine.
You can crank 90s, but the circle's getting closer. You can swap your shotgun for a SMG, but the opponent's not in sight. Sorry, this is like Fortnite talk, apparently. Like the kids speak these days.
Pretty good.
Thank you, it came from the heart.
I have no idea what you just said, so I don't have anything to comment on that.
No video games? Oh gosh.
Yeah, I never.
I don't have much idea either.
Not because I never wanted to play them, it just somehow never managed to find time for it. Um,
Oh, you were spotted at a chess event yesterday, Srinath.
Wow. By who?
Someone in chat.
I didn't. Nice. It was. I didn't expect that chat to be on Twitch though. I thought Indians used YouTube much more.
Wow. I'll leave it up to Sri to start generalizing.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, I've also got the Lichess chat up, which is quite entertaining to look over at sometimes. Oh dear, the puns are really bad. Oh, we have a
King F8.
move. Oh wait, that's you.
No.
Wait, that's
No, no,
the
no.
board. Okay,
Is there a difference anymore?
I think we've lost our streak of move guesses.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think we got a bit distracted.
I was thinking on King F8, but then I didn't really feel like putting the king on a dark square, so I just discarded it. But of course, it's going to to E8, just to be closer to the center or something. Yeah, but bishop d4 is so automatic. And how to solve now the problem was g7 pawn, and somehow intuitively king f8 felt like the wrong direction in this position for me, because I just feel like we don't need the extra help to stop the c pawn. The rook and the bishop is just enough, and that the king should
But I
stay.
kind of understand what she wants here. Maybe she wants to put the pawn on f6.
The problem is women
And
never
yeah.
know what they want.
Yeah, look who is generalizing now.
So you mentioned f6 here?
Yeah, I think I thought that's what she wanted.
That
Bishop
was
c5 check. Oh, I don't know.
kind of ugly, no? Yeah, bishop
Sorry?
c5 or h5, and we are just so stuck on those dark squares. Yeah, bishop c5. I like this move.
King f7.
And now h5?
Ooh.
I feel white can't really make much progress beyond this point. And as black, I can just sit.
She played g6 though.
Oh, really? She picked g6?
Yeah. So she wants to set up just this setup,
Oh, I didn't
and that's
see
why she
that.
brought the king out, that it would not be in the checkmate. No.
So I'm a little bit surprised here because I
no.
wanted to.
Wait, it was somebody else who played g6, right? Or no, it's happened.
Yes, it has been played. Sorry, the live board just didn't update.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we have a bit of a ideological difference, me and Tan, because I would have been a bit hesitant allowing the bishop to f6, but I think she has a clear idea in mind here. She wants to put the pawn on the light squares. She doesn't care about allowing the bishop to f6. The king just moves forward. The black king, king d6, king d5. On taking a bit longer, I can actually understand her point.
And king h2
But
was
if
also
we
played
did
here.
this, just hypothetically, and if white king lands on g5, somehow, like assuming we control the fifth rank and so on, and black is kicking the king on the d file or something, I would feel like f3 g4 will be a very, very serious thing to worry about. And
Yeah,
if they create an h pass pawn, that's gonna mean trouble.
absolutely. Actually, this is actually far from over. That's why I kind of sense that this is going to go for a while. That's why I was a bit busy ordering something to eat the last few minutes or so. When people spotted me swiping on Tinder.
Oh, this is great. I'm so glad you said it out loud. Great. He was
Yeah,
swiping
I
burger
was swiping on
fries.
the Tinder for food.
Oh wow, they should actually make one of those. That sounds like a delicious approach to filling your belly.
They do. It's just that
What?
the nice part is with food you always get swiped right.
You always get?
Swiped right.
Noted. Change profile photo to food.
Yeah, so the position, I think this is the exact superficial kind of approach that to the position like this that generally you should avoid, I think, taking unless you are 100% certain that there is a setup that holds easily. Like there's nothing to go for because feels like it was not necessary. So now white has a clear plan. This is also the uncomfortable part. White can do some multiple moves relatively quickly and just be asking, what do you do next?
What is the answer to that question?
What do you do next?
Mm-hmm.
After ordering food, you eat.
Oh. Right.
Yeah, like in the chat we have some questions like what if we put the rook on a2 and bishop on d5? Here comes the problem with the king and that we put all the pawns on the light squares. So now the bishop together with the rook can actually do some damage. There's can be some bishop c5 checks and all sorts of ideas attacking the bishop on d5 because we have to remember that we want to keep the pawn from rolling as well. That was our main goal, that we want to keep the c pawn from advancing. So if we just have this defense relying on one bishop which is kind of hanging in the air, then it can get tricky. Okay, rook a5 is the move I was thinking about, just to stop king coming to g5.
Yeah, I was thinking about the same as well. Rook a5 or rook a2. These were my top two moves. And now black kind of just waits around here. Like you mentioned, f3 g4 is one major idea for white, but it's not so difficult for black to prevent that.
What if I go rook b4 now? I don't need a rook on the 6th rank, particularly now, and
I wait with king d7.
And I want to go c4 finally.
I kind of forgot that you can do that.
I don't think it's a big win because the pawn on c5 will be making our bishop very unflexible. Like it's gonna be stuck to defending it, but it's gonna cover the 5th rank at least, and then we can advance with the king. Just imagining that we can get a position with a pawn on c5 and then the king somewhere coming to f6. We can even start considering sacrificing the rook for a bishop and picking up all the pawns that black have there.
Yeah, absolutely. And every small win is also a bit of a psychological win. Yeah, as black, you don't want to allow the pawn to c4, even if it's not such a dangerous thing. Even if it doesn't really move anything in the computer evaluation bar.
So rook b4, she needs a move. Is g5? Would she consider something like this?
Looks a bit ugly, no?
It does, but it's one pawn less at least.
Yeah, But do you want to be so eager to force things as black? I personally would prefer wait, be patient approach as black in this position in general.
Ideally, I would like that as well. Uh, but I think we want to
So
stop the c4 move in some ways, and
one
what else
way
would
of
also
doing
might
that
be
might be to play bishop d7.
just to have rook a4.
Because I'm also trying to prepare something like f6 and then g5, but she's flipping f4.
So she's gonna put the king on e3 after rook f5,
Yeah.
and maybe she's looking for a sweet revenge from the yesterday when she put the no, not yesterday, 2 days ago, when rook f5 was just completely misplaced, and now she wants to put Tan's rook on f5 and make it make
Yeah.
it be bad there.
Even the dogs agree.
Oh yeah, okay. Actually, this also makes us step closer to just playing king d3 and c4. So might be unstoppable already the c pawn advance in this case. So we should do something else than a check.
So maybe to just stop the move altogether by playing rook a4.
Yeah, no, rook a4, we are gonna have the rook b5 and king g5 coming in, or king e5.
Yeah, those dark squares.
Of course, we can play king d6, but then yeah, king g5, and I'm starting to feel uncomfortable a bit.
What are your thoughts on black fixing the pawns on the light squares? Do you agree with this, or do you feel a bit off?
Yeah. Let's like from my side, as I mentioned, I feel like this is like one of like too superficial, and because of that, like it's too dangerous. And my feeling was that the pawns on the dark squares were good, and the king was not necessary on the queen side, and it just had to stay there and look to be ready to set up something like with g5 or maybe f6, g5, and just one of those approaches indeed. Uh, and
King d7 played by black, yeah.
yeah, king d7 on the board. Okay, I wonder, what if we just go, like, I don't think we should do that immediately, as I think we should do some more preparation work for that, but what about f3? Just f3 now?
Can I also play f6?
f6, oh wow.
Munch.
f6
Oh,
is
you
the
can't
way to
munch.
lose, yeah. I think king e3.
Yeah, that's now f5 and king comes back and
Yeah.
and that's gonna be game over.
All for this one move, trying to tempt white into playing bishop with f6.
Yeah, I would have fallen for that. I did say munch, but on second thought, rook f5. Yeah.
Delayed gratification works better.
Yeah, so the idea was here that now rook a2 anyways doesn't help as we go g4 immediately. But actually, well, or is it
Takes,
fine if you
takes,
can afford to pawn forward?
Yeah, this I think should be okay. As
Because
long as white doesn't have the option of playing h5.
Okay, so we have to prepare for that. We are not ready for it in any way. Are we gonna see rook b4 now? Just preparing c4.
Yeah, rook b4 makes sense. Also makes sense from white not to do anything too direct, so as to keep black guessing what white is going to do, and just do whatever she can to take the game longer, and also show some kind of a psychological advantage. Yeah, that she's the one who pressed. So I think it goes beyond just trying to win this game. What Joe Engine does from this point onwards.
Let me refresh.
That when you're like, how is it for both of you from experience, when you actually are defending some worse position, and and you end up actually convincingly, for example, defending it, does it give you like a boost of confidence that actually you're playing like nothing can hurt you and you're playing really great, and even if you have bad position, you're gonna doing great? Or is it that exactly you're like feeling uncomfortable, like you're not mentioning, just getting some edge by being under the pressure and so on? Which one would be the
I'll
case more for you?
Yeah, I'll go first because mine is quite quick. I think I just get super disappointed in myself, even if I am able to defend a losing position, because how did I get into that losing position in the first place? And it's quite a struggle, and I think, takes a lot of energy to try and solve those problems only for a half a point at the end of the day. So yeah, I think mixture of emotions between like relieved it's not a loss, but also disappointed that I got myself into that situation. Suri?
For me, it would feel sweet to be able to save any kind of difficult position.
Oh,
It it's a bonus. You know, it's something better than what you would normally get
hmm.
uh, against G3.
We are not guessing it right.
The
Yeah,
guessing
it
streak
stopped
has
with
ended.
the Middlegame.
Yeah, so many possibilities.
So she just wanted to, I would imagine, take away any tempos from bishop d5, but anyways, bishop d5 is gonna come.
I think
No,
she wants to tempt the rook to f5 at any cost.
the check was so quick on f5. Why? I think now g. No, back. I got for a moment they're excited now for the prospect of g5 with this pawn structure from the white.
I think Joe Engine wouldn't mind if Tan plays G5. It would be, I think, a slight progress for her
Don't we win
to have those pawns
a,
disconnected.
a target also from the white side? At least something that we can attack here from the black?
Yeah.
We got g5. Do you take or do you allow me to take?
G5 would take with white. H into G5. Rook into G5. And now, in general, the major objective is to try and stop H4 immediately. So, how do I do that? Maybe Rook B8.
Okay, so just looking to attack it from over there and claiming that it's no progress for me. Okay, let's say bishop g4 now.
Bishop G4. Okay, so Rook H8.
Yeah, just rook f5.
F4.
I didn't want to allow this. Yeah, F4, but ideally I don't want to. Okay, let's try F4.
Because you don't really want to allow rook f3, I suppose. Or maybe you don't mind.
Yeah, true. I
Now,
didn't want to allow that, but I also didn't. And now Rook H6.
Oh dear, now g3 looks horrible. Okay, I take it back.
yeah, I was looking to attack it somehow from this side.
Mm,
Yeah, this has become quite nice for black. Actually. I should have probably played f3 first before right after bishop g4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here f3, but that leaves the g3 pawn hanging.
Yeah, f3 and now king f2.
Okay, let's try to force you to move that pawn a
Yeah,
little bit.
this is what I thought you would do.
And
It doesn't help
rook
being moved to
b5.
that.
b5.
On the board.
No. Just my
So
suggestion.
here, like when we fix those pawns in this way, I think it gets already much more easy, even just bishop e6 now. And again, we want to put the bishop on g4. And we have a target, something that you have to defend always.
I guess my point was trying to push the pawn, so like rook takes, bishop takes, c4. But maybe it's not enough.
I know, but if you take the rook, it's a draw. Yeah, immediately.
Yeah,
Right.
we just put the king on c6 and walk just with the bishop, even just pre-move, bishop h3, bishop g4, and that's it.
I would love to see an over-the-board pre-move.
You just do, yeah,
A
10
little,
free
like,
moves and go for a
Hover the
coffee.
hand.
You just tell arbiter that, yeah, my next 10 moves are these, and now I'm going for a coffee, and that's it.
Yeah, but I suppose the pre-move would be writing down all the moves before they happen, but isn't that also like illegal to do?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
Dang it. It's never easy for us, is it?
And
Okay, but rook b4 was played, so she's going for this idea. She just started with g3, but I think that maybe g3 was somewhat allowing this g5, so maybe it was not like it's some chance for some game, as there will be. I can't get rid of the feeling that in about 10 moves time there will be some actual problems here for black if they're gonna keep doing moves like this.
and as Jesse would point out, they've also equalized on time.
They sure did, that's why I can't mention it anymore. If there's nothing to note or write home about, I can't really talk about it then.
Finally, Jews are out to get up from the board.
Yeah, she will be. So I think there's like a buffer of 1 or 2 minutes. So if you're within 1 or 2 minutes of your opponent's time, you can get up. So finally she can stretch her legs. Hopefully she can still move them. Yeah. Ooh, this was played. C4! No, that would be
So
bad.
this is aimed at this idea to have an
yeah.
f3 square, but don't we ignore it and just go? Ah no, oopsie.
Go, 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 go. Oh, my. That's mate! Lovely. Love that.
Okay.
And you
this
can
is-
still go king g5.
You can go to g5, yes.
It's not the worst thing.
Oh, but king
still
then ends up
progress,
on like
yes.
h6 or something.
It's actually a very good square.
Yeah, the
It's,
king goes to g7, so that's not such a terrible outcome.
Wow. Okay, wait, sorry, I have to sync the board. There we go.
Yeah, I'm
And
actually
somehow-
think that this is not something you want to force with black, because now you have a tough decision which direction you even put your bishop, and the king is completely misplaced on d7. It's under attacks and 10 piece and so on. So, what is she planning after c4? Is it just bishop c6? Probably it's just bishop c6.
But maybe c... Oh, wait. Rook b3 first.
Yeah,
Or c5. Which is probably what you were going to agree with. Until I changed my mind.
I think she doesn't mind allowing the pawn just a step forward. I think she still has things under control.
At c5 could actually blunder a draw with a check and then exchanging rooks. So we would still should start. Oh, and rook b8 again. We can give a check and attack those two. So that's probably the trick after c4, that in this position white has to figure out a way to not allow rook a4 exchanges.
Right.
So rook b3 should be the move then. That seems like the only way to stop it.
Rook b3, rook f5 maybe, yeah. But rook f5 is king e2.
Yeah, we can take a step back. It seems totally fine. And then we are gonna enter the next phase of regrouping, get the pawn safely to c5, and look for new ways to advance with the king.
So king d6 here.
King d6. Okay, I don't know. Bishop e3, c5. Which way do we start? Maybe bishop e3. Bishop is no longer feeling comfortable on d4 since we don't have a pawn on c3. So we just take it away from any tempi. Maybe now the king could go to d4.
Ooh.
And bishop to f4. That's a nice square for bishop on f4 right now.
That does look pretty.
So it's not over. It keeps going on and on and on. There will be ideas. No forced way to deal with all the problems.
Mhm.
Yeah. There's nothing forcing right now. We have a move, by the way.
Bishop to b6. I think she wants to win king of the hill by playing king d4. Yep. That's the plan.
And it's pretty likely that she's gonna succeed in that. Even rook a2 doesn't stop us from playing king d4 as the bishop is under attack. And the next move we get king e5 and f2 pawn is defended anyways.
Right.
It's, this makes sense.
It's a tricky move, bishop b6. I like it. I like it as a move a lot.
It's interesting that she's kind of forcing Tan to make a decision, yeah, and just displacing her rule.
Is it possible after rook a2, king to d4, and rook d2? Check. Ooh.
Yeah, this was my first instinct, but the thing is, again, the white king just goes to e5 and f6, which in general is a good thing for white.
Right.
To take the king forward.
Yeah, and now the pawn is gonna roll. The c pawn is moving forward. And
it gets really dangerous for black if white can get some king f6 and then later if you can capture on f7. All the pawns fall.
And the big danger of the king reaching f6 is gonna be that bishop could get overloaded because it will both want to defend the pawn and both want to control the c6 square. So that's why e6 square was good with the pawn at f7 as long as you could keep pawn from crossing the c4 square. But the moment it crosses there, you have very little resources to stop it from actually getting all the way till c7. And she goes for bishop d5, bishop e6 that is. Oh, rook a3 got played in the middle there as well. I missed that part of the sequence. So rook a3, king d4, and bishop e6.
I suppose that's a sure way to make sure after c4 there might be rook f3.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Yeah.
there isn't any king f6.
But even that seems still as a progress for white.
Hmm. Maybe bishop f5? No, letting the pawn go too far. Or just king c6.
Yeah, king c6 is what I thought.
At least we get the bishop away from the e3 square.
Mm-hmm.
But this could have a point. No.
As we spend more time in the position, I kind of begin to understand why Tom's was trying to get the g5 break and get more pawns traded.
Mm-hmm.
Because I see that being patient can have their cons in this position. With white making steady progress of either advancing the c pawn or bringing the king to f6 and sacrificing exchange, and in general likely a combination of both. I think I underestimated the dangers for black in the endgame at the beginning. I thought it was like an easy draw, but with time I see that it's quite far away actually.
I think that generally there are some openings which by force almost, where do we get the end game? By force reach these kind of positions almost. And what there, if I remember correctly, engines are doing is just keeping the bishop on c4 and rook defending the bishop and keeping the pawn structure very, very safe and just waiting it out.
Yeah. With the pawns on f7, g7, and h6, right?
Yeah, and then you can't really make any progress from the white side. There's just nothing to latch onto. So unless like if you go away with the king, then also your pawns can get exchanged on the king side, got targeted, and so on. So I think that this is simply just like the more easy
Yeah,
way.
it makes sense. This is also kind of why I wanted, the pawn on f6 and just wait with the king on f7 and stay there.
And yeah,
This
white would
pawn
have to go
formation-
through big lines to get the king to d4, try to get bishop to c5, and even if you get bishop c5, pawn to c4, and let's say pieces like this, you still can't make progress because c4 pawn is hanging.
Right.
Yeah, so that's why I remember analyzing more or less this kind of endgames, just wondering if there's any chance to win them, because I can't recall which openings, but some openings have those very weird fourth lines where the engine is showing 0, 0, 0, but they actually lead to the endgame when you're a pawn down. And then I was like concerned how draw they are, really. And yeah, it's something along those kind of lines, but if you're going with different sort of defenses, then it can become too tricky, very, very tricky.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they've just gone into their 4th hour of the game. What is some of your longest games that you had?
For me, the longest game was a game that lasted around 6.5 hours. I managed to hold on to a draw, being 2 pawns down in that game. It was against the Indian Grandmaster Karthikeyan Murli in Aeroflow Open, which used to have these long, old-fashioned classical time controls.
Okay.
Yeah,
you went all the way to an Aeroflot Open to play against a fellow Grandmaster from the same country.
I know. That's what we Indians do.
Oh, yeah. Change of scenery. Sorry, Tom, I interrupted you.
Yeah, mine is around 7 hours as well, like somewhere in that area. But it was again, like it's not really possible to repeat it because those long time controls, they are gone. It's like the ones where there is time after move 40, then there's extra time after move 60 as well. And yeah, then only you can get such long games in a normal way.
So there's a question from chat. Would this still be a draw if the bishops were of the same color?
It's probably if white would have a light square bishop.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Then I think the chances increase, right?
If
I
white
don't
had a
think
light
so.
squared bishop versus black having a dark squared bishop.
Well, then
Then-
the color bishops, the side with the initiative would be doing better, so it would be very, very direct approach. I think there would be no generalization with all the pawns being in these colors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's just who is attacking first. But king d3, this is... She doesn't want to go decisively forward just yet. I wonder why. Because we can safely set up bishop d4, king f6 right now. She did calculate quite a lot before playing king d3. So there was
Mhm.
something that was uncomfortable.
Just rook e5, forcing the
Oh,
q
rook is coming to a5. Okay, I completely missed that one. Yeah, that makes sense. It just forces us to go back. So she
But
didn't
it's
want to
important
repeat the
to repeat
position.
once, so they didn't repeat. Also think it would be really difficult to push this pawn. What is necessary here for white to get the pawn advanced?
I think she just needs to decide to advance it. It's already all prepared for advancement.
Mm-hmm.
Like we saw it, like she just wants to be like completely comfortable to advance it, like even just like now, right? c4 was possible
Mm.
in this position as well. It's just that she wants her pieces to stand perfectly, that there would be no slightest chance for any like mishap when she does it. And for grinding out these sort of positions, this is something that my coaches used to teach me. I always struggle with it, as I'm not a very patient player. But you don't advance the pieces, those pawns immediately. You do like at least 10, 15 those kind of prodding moves, and then you make some sort of move forward. You know, like you feel on your opponent, make him be tense the longer and longer time possible, and only then you make go forward.
Yeah, and keep them guessing.
That level of patience, wow. Yeah, my coach a couple years ago, and I say a couple years ago, it was probably like 10 years ago, told me this concept of do not hurry. And then we looked at like a bajillion Capablanca games, and I was like, this is too slow. Life is too short. Could we just get the job done? Yeah,
If only things were so simple.
I wish. King c6.
Okay, now c4. Let's go. It's time.
c4, it's time, yes. I think you are
I'm
right.
not so sure. But maybe c4 it is time, yeah, because rook b6 check is coming in. c4 initially I was a bit worried about rook c2, but white has rook b6 check and c5.
Yeah, that's that's exactly what it feels like. It's just time now after king c6 that we have rook b6 as an insurance kind of check, so it should work out fine.
So
Bishop
what
is defended.
happens if c4 and rook a3 check? King
King e4.
e4, okay. Bishop f5.
Yeah, king f. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I mean, king f4 also works. I think almost the same.
Taking over on the dark squares. But even
Yeah.
with the king on a square like f6, sorry to interrupt, what would the ultimate goal be then?
So having the
Say
king on
five.
f6 allows you options to sacrifice the exchange
Hmm.
with either rook into e6 or rook into f7. And there we go.
Yeah, just hypothetically, like if we have king on f6 and we have pawn c5, rook b6, this is probably what we're going for. Just first of all, we'll be threatening c6, which is always going to be uncomfortable with all sorts of rook d6 ideas, rook b7 ideas. And yeah, second of all, we have options to take, and then pick up all the pawns here. And they're just going to fall one after another, like dominoes there, and then with the c pawn, darts your bishop and the h pawn, if we get the h pawn. That should be just an easy win.
Okay, I love that the pawn has finally moved forward. Tom's is probably smiling ear to ear here. Yes.
Yeah, it's been a long break since I got something right in this game.
Speaking of break, that is a really nice suggestion there, Pizza Racer. How is the energy, co-commentators? Srinath, Tom's, how you doing?
It's very fine for me.
Okay.
Likewise.
Yeah, if you guys are okay continuing, then we shall. Without a break. Yeah, you see chess players, Pizza. It's just keep going, no break.
Yeah.
But this is a big moment for the defensive setup that Tan is looking to create. Since if she chooses the wrong one right now, everything can go downhill just in a few moves. Like I assume still Engine is just completely happy with Black's position, but you do still a few more careless moves, and the king is gonna advance. The rook is gonna be on b6, pawn on c5, and it's gonna be all those sacrifices coming in, and you're just gonna be unable to do anything about it. It's the same like yesterday. No, again, I keep saying yesterday. 2 days ago, the rook f5 move in the game was not the yet losing, but it was the one which was the beginning of all the troubles because it was creating a wrong defensive setup. And here.
Also, another problem with having these pawns on the light squares is that now the white king, there's no way to stop the white king from advancing forward. You know, when it wants to go to f6 or g7, it has a very clear path. Whereas ideally, I would have my bishop on a light square and pawns on a dark squares, so that there is a barrier preventing the king from advancing.
Yeah, that is a very, very good point. The king White's king is a beast here. It's just gonna can roam the board wherever it wants.
So even though the evaluation still points towards the position being kind of equal, you think White has good chances here to convert?
I do think that there are very good chances here.
Yeah. Likewise.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, when in time trouble, it might get even harder to defend this position. So again, I have to be very, very careful here from the black side playing, not to get into deep time trouble. And this is one of the reasons why also this approach of just moving around a bit, and then taking a decision is useful. But because even if you get a couple of minutes off the opponent's clock, still pushing him closer to the time trouble, which can eventually mean more mistakes simply.
And King c7 and c5 have been played, so sort of preemptive. You don't want rook b6 check, pushing the king back. So now
maybe the bishop goes to d5. Yeah? The bishop goes to d5. It waits on d5, and if white allows, maybe the rook goes to a3, and
yeah, but here king f4.
Yeah, we are back to guessing.
King f4 is
king f4. I thought rook e2.
e2 and bishop e3.
Oh,
I didn't see this far.
Yeah, this is unstoppable.
Wow. Would it make sense? Oh, I do like this idea, yeah. Because at some point, I mean, bishop e6, rook o5, and then trying to just sacrifice the exchange, as you mentioned, because then g6 is going as well. This rook is stuck on e2. Well, I don't know for how long, but it looks promising.
Okay, let's be a little more careful. Instead of rook e2, maybe rook a6 is the defensive posture we want to sit in.
So here you go, sorry?
Rook a6.
Okay,
Mm.
okay.
Rook b6? I got excited, sorry. That's probably not it.
Yeah, then we can return to primo stage if you exchange the rooks, fortunately.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
the drawback of pushing the pawn from c3 is that now I think black can realistically look at a setup, a defensive setup. So king e5, bishop a2.
Ooh, okay.
Just just creating time for rook e6 check on the next move. After which the bishop comes back to d5. Rook e6
Okay,
check,
so
king f4,
here
bishop
bishop
d5.
d5. That is curious. Also, I'm not certain I'm worried about it. Because as I spoke, yeah, the king can go wherever it wants.
Yeah,
It's unstoppable.
Such a rebel.
It should just go around. If it needs to go around, it's gonna take the route around, and that's it.
yeah. This is actually the most annoying part of defending this position.
Like you can feel like you find one nice defensive idea, opponent that takes a step back and goes different route, and that's it. And you are step one, like back to the beginning square. You're gonna have to search for the idea how to set it up. And bishop d5 is on the board. That's the position.
Yeah.
It should be king f4 here. I don't think she's ready to go for bishop on d6. Doesn't seem to be doing very much.
Yeah, no, the bishop is perfect on d4.
Yeah, king f4. Here we go.
Having another. I don't want to call it a guess. Having another prediction streak. It's an educated guess.
I mean, once the position became a bit more concrete, it became easier to guess.
So now it's between these two, rook a6 and rook e2. What are we thinking?
Rook e2 doesn't look good because of bishop e3, which I don't want to face.
Maybe rook c2 here. Okay, rook c6. Rook c2 ideas with rook c4, bishop c6 ideas also to keep it on the 4th rank.
Ooh, hang on.
She played bishop c6 and Stockfish does not like it.
Yeah, I'm wondering like what is going on right now.
I think she's trying to base it on some trick. Like just my idea for the trick is that now once the rook moves, we have f6 and we catch the bishop. But we don't have to go with the king here.
Oh dear.
Or we can go with the king to g5, can we not?
But why did this become so bad? Is it because of a...
Maybe because the bishop is no longer defending f7.
Yeah, it made a choice. That's what I meant. That bishop has to make a choice which one it's defending, and maybe it made the wrong choice. Yeah, I think we have check ideas, and I don't know. Rook is going to the 8th rank or to the 2nd rank, but
how to save
probably
the
the
rook.
2nd rank.
Well, b6 could be quite nice.
Oh, that's true as well. I was worried about f2 pawn getting counter game on the 2nd rank since the bishop is not coming there, but
yeah.
She did play king
Ooh,
g5.
she found king g5.
We don't know if it's good or not, but it seems unpleasant.
My microchip got
Yeah.
updated. It was correct. Yes. Hmm.
Wow. Okay, so this is
So
another
e4.
very surprising endgame, I would say. Yesterday I was super surprised that this rook endgame went like so suddenly, so conclusive. I already assumed it's a draw. Today again we thought it's so close to the draw, and again we have possibly a result to a game.
Yeah.
Still not over, but
That's how you hit your second wind. In commentary, you wait for that like big moment where everyone just goes, "Oh my gosh," and then energy boost. Because now I have energy
I
again.
know.
Yeah.
It's been such an interesting game, though, so far. Such an interesting game, and also of pretty decent quality so far, and pretty instructive, I think. So far, Tan hasn't done anything majorly bad.
I think that she just did a lot of those superficial moves. Like
Yeah,
the
playing
I
fast
think that
comes at a cost.
yeah, you pointed that out early on that it can come exactly as a problem that at some point you have to go for something very, very specific.
Hmm.
And yeah, looking this is looking bad. Very bad for black.
I don't want to miss any action, but Srinath and Toms, shall we take our final break of the day?
Yes, let's do that and let's be back very, very quickly.
Okay? And we're back. The commentator's curse has hit us once again. All the action happened while we were away. What did we miss?
Yeah, so we left it here on the king g5, which was met by rook a4, bishop e5, king d7 as expected, and rook b2, so no surprises there. And here Tan already understood that she should do something, understanding that it's not easy simply to hold it, but she chose the plan to go with the king. And here, after the rook move, the rook is cut off, and it's very, very tough to get it back. And after king e5, king still runs off very, very far, and rook b8 was played. There was also a possibility, I think, to just play rook b6 as a move, since if king d5, then we get king f6. That also would have been very, very unpleasant. But rook b8, looking, I assume, just to attack the pawn and the bishop and everything, really.
Yeah,
Maybe get the king to g7.
I was looking at that after rook g4 check. I would almost assume that the king is like trapped on the king side, but that is a very dangerous king. It's going after the base of the pawn chain there. And I think if black loses one more pawn, that's just tickets. It's over, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, and she's trying to set up some defensive setup, I guess. Now with the bishop on e6, so just looking to hold the c8 square, and I guess that's just not gonna work anymore. Ooh, is it a mating
D6.
Oh my gosh, that's like a whole mating net in the middle of the board. That would be super impressive if she's able to pull that off.
Yeah, that would be beautiful. But then she didn't need rook d6 to play that, did she? If she wanted to try that, she could have started with f3 in the first place.
Oh
But
yeah.
Srinath, we didn't take into account that style points are also super important.
Wait, there's some defense
Is there?
here.
Hmm.
There's
Supposedly.
always a defense.
Oh dear.
Oh, you can just remove the bishop, right?
Bishop
Yeah.
d5.
And then this is
No, bishop
a
d5
problem.
loses.
It loses.
Bishop f4 is king d4,
Hmm.
which is important.
Yeah. And that's a problem that we have pawn and light square, and now bishop is shaky. Okay, so that's why rook d6. That's not the plan to checkmate, but I guess the simple plan is just to get c6 on the board. Bishop
Yeah,
or
I really like how Ju Engine has conducted this game overall. She has been patient and classical, yeah. She has really been doing this do not hurry, a very methodical way of conducting the endgame.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also like all the chances that she found, I think that there was some help from Tan to reach those position, but I guess that's always the case. You need some help from your opponent to actually win the game. Otherwise, you cannot do that. And all those resources like h4 and everything, and just going for it, like allowing this 93, just pushing and pushing and pushing, and it's been a very, very high level game.
Yeah, without looking at the
absolutely.
engine for the first time in my entire life, I was thinking about what would happen if bishop f4. Okay, of course it's black to move in this position, but king e4, pushing the pawn, and then aiming towards sacrificing the rook. That way you get the pawn to c7 and able to take on g6.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what White wants. Very similar to White's winning idea in this formation. The two-pronged approach. On the queen side, you push the pawn as far as you can, and on the king side, you break through by sacrificing the exchange.
Okay.
But the only thing is, White would probably take her time doing that. Do it in a really patient way, and find an appropriate moment. Also, ideally, I think White might want to take on f7 rather than on e6, because you take on e6, you might allow the e pawn to survive, at least for a while.
And
So it's a
just
minor detail.
running on the same ideas, we could also have a plan that we push. Like king on e4 is going to be just too far. And if we get this, and then king f6 first, like you mentioned, and then we take like we play c7, I guess we can play c7 because this is gonna be here, and then we sacrifice and just go king d7 and promote. That should also be just winning. If we even have an insurance that we have a right corner for these kind of positions, there is no hope that you exchange the g pawns and it's a draw. So yeah, that would be also very, very clean way just to how to convert this.
Indeed.
That's very nicely explained.
So a fork has 4 prongs, but what would a 2-prong fork be called then? Because you said it's a 2-prong plan. Would it be called a toque? It's a bad joke. Alright, so rook c2 is played.
I'm so tempted to play f3 now. But like many tempting things, it might not be the way to go.
Yeah, Ben Feingold wouldn't like that very much. So
Why?
he's heavily against f3. He even has an emote in his channel that says, "Don't play f3. Bad." Yeah.
I
Bishop
guess
f4?
the only thing is now, if we want to be like super safe and not even give the f2 pawn, or this is the moment we already go for the kill. It feels
Ooh.
like we could just do this, and then really c6, let you take us here, not care about it, and just finish the game.
Mm-hmm. I guess there was also bishop d4, which was checking the king and getting rid of it. It won't be attacking the rook anymore. And that way you can also protect f2. I missed that.
Yeah, but the problem is that doesn't support the c7 pawn. Bishop d4, king e4, c6, there will be bishop d5.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And this guy is also hanging now.
That's a very sad fact, yes.
That's why you need the bishop on f4.
Mm-hmm. I realized
So you
that.
get c7,
No.
and then if the rook captures the pawn on c7, there's usually some kind of a discovered attack.
But I think she doesn't want to give up f2 pawn just yet. She's looking for a way to win this with without any kind of need to calculate something.
Yeah.
One idea I still have is bring the king to e7.
That's beautiful. The king invasion.
It might actually work, I think.
The Trojan horse of the board.
I
Unleashing
mean,
its
why
power.
not? Yeah, like
Mhm.
it's not like black is going to be able to do anything.
Right. So it's as though you're entering a null move for black and then just continuing with white's plan. I like that.
Yep.
Yeah, because with the king on e7, like that plan of c6 and all those sacrifices, I mean, it's just gonna play itself.
Yeah, you waited so long to
Yeah.
play c4. It's not gonna cost that much time to play c6 next and wait like another 25 moves.
Also, it's important to note that this is the final time control, right? There's absolutely no additional time after 60 moves or any such thing.
I believe so.
Which
Tom's is going to have
which
to
makes it
confirm
very
that.
similar to the open, which makes it very similar to the time control we have in open events.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it adds a major element to how the game is played, because Jew Engine has to decide with 8 minutes, and when I have 8 minutes and I need to calculate something for around 5 minutes, it's a major decision to take. Yeah? It's not so easy to spend more than 50% of my time to calculate.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, I think, definitely an important element in the match, especially in this match, which could potentially see a lot of endgames given how strong their opening preparation is.
Right.
Yeah, this percentage of the time that you spend on one move, this is a very, very overlooked factor. That people just think in they just think in the amount of minutes. They don't think in actually in this how big chunk of your time is that you're spending.
I tend to panic when I get low on time. So in general, I try to have more time. And in a position like this, oh yeah, she goes for king h6, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, there's also a very nice line that if you go king here, 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 you can get checkmated very quickly.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Very cool.
So it's like nothing really saves black in this position.
There's no
You
safe
didn't have
place on the
those
board.
pawns on light squares.
Is this what it's coming down to? The ultimate
It
reason.
felt off to me the moment I saw that, her formation with g6. It felt like, what? What is she doing?
And it looks very normal. It looks solid.
Yeah, but it just felt wrong. But then at that time, I didn't know if I was wrong or if the idea was wrong. Now I feel that strategically, it's maybe not the best idea to do this. Even if computer finds better ways to defend us later.
You're never wrong, Sri.
I wish I heard that more.
Yeah, and I do feel like she needed, like if she did set it up like this, she needed to use this chance to push somewhere to g5 and try to force at least some weakness in white camp. Because the absolute comfort that white can have here with having 0 things to worry about, this is, you don't want to allow your opponent to be that comfortable.
Yeah, and now at some point I feel Tan's defense will completely collapse, especially the time's dwindling. Although white has less time than black, black will need to make more difficult decisions in general. For white, exactly, it's a very easy path, and she gains 30 seconds with each of these moves. So once she has a clear idea, she can just make these moves quickly. And there she plays rook d1, almost
4 minutes.
in just about a minute.
Yeah.
I wonder why we didn't play bishop d4 here. Why rook d1?
So that there aren't any back rank threats.
Like, did she not like that king f5 and the bishop is not able to go to e5 and that...
I see.
Maybe this gives some chance to hold it?
No, also it could be that black simply doesn't have a useful move. So she just waits.
I kind of like her with d6, simply, yeah. But yeah, but it looks a bit she didn't like the pin, so she wants to play bishop d4 without giving the option of a pin. So next move could be bishop d4 right now.
And the same plan for checkmate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and alternatively, this is still the ultimate plan for a win. King on e7.
If I was white, I would really hope for my opponent to play rook c3.
Hope chess, let's go! Entering my territory. Oh dear.
Yeah, no, it also happens a lot in these rapid and blitz events, yeah, which is very common these days. The title arena, for instance.
Okay, so now bishop d4.
Would you... Yeah, I was gonna ask, would you continue with the same idea of playing bishop to d4 here?
I also wouldn't mind just playing rook d2 here, just to toy with my opponent and gain 30 seconds.
Never play with your
food. Not if I'm
food.
spending 30 seconds. I do that all the time.
That's why you took so long in the break. You needed to eat and play with your food.
Yeah, let's not go there.
Well, the engine actually seems to agree with you.
Rook d2?
Yeah.
It's
It wasn't the top. Oh, it's a top move now. Depth 34. It's not the top anymore.
crazy.
Yeah, it heard you.
Hmm?
Rook back.
Back, rook d6 back.
Okay,
But then
trying
why
to.
you shouldn't do this if you're spending 30 seconds on each move.
Yeah, so the point of repeating is to actually gain time. But maybe she just wants to make sure that she can think in the opponent's time instead. Or perhaps realizes that her plan, playing bishop d4, doesn't matter if there's a pin. But at least this
Yeah.
time she's defending the c pawn with the advance.
I guess there's also maybe some emotions, yeah, some excitement, some kind of a lot of different thoughts back and forth. Yeah,
Mhm.
now she goes for it. Bishop d4 check.
And king
Hoping
of
for king
5.
d7, which doesn't happen.
Okay, king g7. We're gonna see it quickly. It would be unfortunate to accidentally play bishop e3 to think that, okay, maybe not yet, maybe I don't like rook d2, and then, bam, after king f6, 3-fold repetition.
Yeah,
Oh,
go to
darn
traffic.
it. That would be tough.
It does happen. Often people blunder 3-fold repetition because it didn't happen like back and forth, but it happened through different moves. And it just doesn't click in your mind that, oh, it's actually the same position.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So, the best move here?
c6 now, right?
I was thinking c6, king g7. Okay, f3 was played.
Wow, I did not expect that.
Engine liked it a lot for some reason.
Now black is really paralyzed, you know. Can't move anything except the rook.
Hmm. And even with
White's
the
idea
rook.
is maybe c6, bishop d6, and c7. But when you play bishop d6, black will have king e5, so it's not. It's probably not that, but maybe simply march the king forward, king g7, king f8, king e7, but with the pawn on f3. Then the black rook moves from c2, then plays e6.
I kind of, I guess what she didn't like is maybe g5 here, suddenly, that there is some counter game. And maybe that we have less pawns, and in the situation when there are those sacrifices, that maybe there will be some lines that cannot be exactly working out as we don't have enough pawns anymore.
Right.
So f3 is just with the king on h6, there is no g5, and we are passing the ball over to the opponent.
Alright. There's no way to find a very good move for black.
Now, if white can get the rook to a5, that's also a mating knight, right? Like rook a6, rook a5.
Wow,
But
that's creative.
It just feels wrong to move that rook from d6 so well placed. Yeah.
Bishop cannot move. That's important to note. That's a mating one.
We can just ask the bishop to move really nicely. But incredible that there isn't a single other piece that can move other than the rook without it resulting in a loss immediately. Would the rook
Yeah.
stay on the
I mean,
file?
you could play f6, I guess.
Mm,
But after g4, that should lose.
yeah.
So rook c1 or rook c4, right? Like what else can she do?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so rook c4. At least it keeps an eye on the bishop.
Yeah.
And it's on the light square. That's also pleasant. And then I assume we do have to go for king g7. King g7, g5.
g5 shouldn't be something to majorly worry about in general, right?
But isn't that only hope to remove some pawns?
Yeah, that's true. It's only hope,
Otherwise, we're
and
just
something your opponent would certainly play in general.
yeah. Because if the king it gets to e7, it's just gonna be it. But
Rook
c6 is on the
c4.
board.
Yeah. Rook c4, c6. And both players are sitting on about, well, almost less than 5 minutes. Never mind. 6 minutes?
Yeah, Rook C2 also played really fast.
Hmm. Probably to continue
Now
with
what?
this idea.
Now she has to, either King G7 or something related to Bishop B6. Bishop B6 is King E5.
There is also
Oh,
bishop e3 as a move still. Probably just giving up the f3 pawn.
Engine liked the idea to continue with Sri's sort of notion that there can be a mating net, maybe. It's probably
Wow,
really
that's
bad.
Crazy.
Please ignore me.
But
That is-
how does that work? Like, where does the bishop go?
A1.
What?
Yeah.
that is really
Oh
beautiful.
my god.
Because then you either promote or you get mate, maybe.
Bishop A1.
And still,
Ooh,
not on the rook d4, there's double threat. Both the rook f4 and g4 as well.
Oh, I didn't see that. That's cool.
So does Bishop H8 also win?
I don't know. Let's check.
See, it's fun to play with your food.
Alrighty. Oh gosh. Yeah, it's also when it seems like a every move wins situation, minus the ridiculous moves, which I would still find. But yeah, bishop a1, bishop h8, and king g7 was played. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. So if things get complicated, I hope that she'll still have enough time on the clock to figure it out. I mean, I would be very
now Black
worried.
plays G5,
Mhm.
I'm sure.
Hmm.
After G5, actually, seriously, what does White play? It's still some way to the finish, yeah, and White has to take these decisions within a very limited time.
What about this?
Ooh. Oh my gosh.
It's
It's a wow.
it's
a
bizarre
brilliant.
to play so in this kind of dominant position, but
It happened.
g5 is on the board. Yeah, so here
Yeah, so even this wins, yeah. Like in this case, maybe King h6 back.
oh,
Ooh.
king h6 back could be played as well, but that leads to some at least some hope.
Yeah.
It's
Actually,
not, but it's hopeful.
seems like it's defending.
But yeah, g4 just double, just pass pawns. Both are running, unstoppable.
It's brilliant, but I just feel she wouldn't play it. Yeah.
Yeah, she took on g5, which is of course the way you should play. Not with 2 minutes, you go for such adventures when your opponent
Yeah.
is barely struggling to find a single move.
But okay, now King into G5, and it's still not over, yeah? Like, how do you finish this off?
That would be.
Maybe now bishop e5 as a move. Although, no, that doesn't make much sense.
I was looking at
King
bishop
f5.
f6 and like rook d4 or something.
Yeah, the problem is when the bishop goes to f4, black has this counterplay with h4.
Mm.
Yeah, this one. Just exploiting the bishop's position.
Otherwise, it would be simple and straightforward for white. So king into G5, can we just play bishop D6? Because After h4, there's bishop d8 check, which is very useful.
I was looking at options of just going for checkmate immediately, so... Because where does the king actually go? And you're moving the bishop
Actually,
away
that's
with
a
a tempo.
very good point.
Oh, and maybe that's what she's thinking now.
Yeah. But then
That
there's
is
rook c4
nice.
against rook d4.
And there's g4 mate. Wow, that's so
Oh.
nice.
Lovely.
Oh, it's checkmate. Wow.
That is so nice.
Yeah, checkmate is always better than check. Sometimes.
True.
Wow, that's
So
nice.
is this how it ends? Wow, Jesse, you called it out so brilliantly.
Wait, what happened?
No. No. Went for
Didn't happen.
bishop d6 and c7.
But was it forced? Like there are no other moves, and now it's mate in one. You can still move the bishop technically to escape it. The bishop c8 is the
Yeah,
move.
but there is also some rook e4, rook e5 ideas.
Oh, that is just such a mean way to play.
I know.
Yeah. Okay. No, technically, I guess there's still rook c5 that holds it.
Yeah, rook c5, now just king into f7, I think.
Oh yes, we can.
And
do
rook
that.
f4 on the next move.
Oh dear. Yeah, there's no escaping that.
Yeah. So this is just winning. I guess we could. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so
We could also take now on f7 as well.
Lichess
same
chat
effect.
is
Would have been
going
such a beauty.
crazy.
Okay, so that was missed. The mating net was missed here, but we still have clearly winning position with the pawn on c7.
yeah,
Hmm.
this would have been such a beauty. Such a nice way to finish. That's such a pity.
What do you play here? Probably rook d8? I don't know. No.
Rook d8, maybe black can take rook into f3, huh? So
Oh, you wanna
the
keep
rook and
this
bishop
threat?
versus rook is a draw.
You wanna keep the threat.
Whereas the rook on d6, it constantly threatens rook into e6.
Mm-hmm.
But white still requires some accuracy here to get home.
Well, since the rook is attacking both pawns, maybe attacking the rook, forcing it to make a decision would be quite nice. And then once it
Yeah,
moves,
that's
and then
sensible, actually.
execute. Yes.
Makes a lot of sense.
She's
you
running
don't
one
have
time
to-
actually. Last minute.
Oh,
I like bishop a5. I think it's a very smart move, and then get your king to e7. Because even Tom's is feeling the pressure that he goes for a sprawl and comes back.
I'm back. I didn't go very far. I am just here. Had to close the door as there was some wind.
Yeah, because
Hello?
you're feeling the heat on the board.
Mm.
It's definitely possible. I think because the players have been pre-moving, we won't see... okay, we did see one move.
Brilliant.
Because it's usually
Brilliant
been...
call.
Yeah. Oh, yay! Awesome.
Nicely called.
Thank you.
And
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now you can actually just play king f8, no?
yeah,
Or am I
Yeah.
blundering?
but we could play king f8 also in the previous move, no?
Yeah, but I just didn't want to calculate rook into f3 on every move. in the future.
Yeah.
The- Yeah, okay. That is true, but I'm a little concerned on the time. Like when you're so low on time after such a long game with the nerves, this is when things can go wrong, and this is where such a quick checkmates can be very useful.
It's common
Yeah,
to
it
freeze
is.
up. Just be like freezing up. Forget what the plan is. This is me in Blitz games. It's like, you know you have to move, you can see your time ticking down, and it's like, what do you do?
Okay, rook a6, she goes for something safe for now. But I can also feel the nerves of Joe and John.
Yeah, but it's good for her because like the black is just so restricted, like with no moves. That's why they're so lacking any counter game, any even pawn breaks that could potentially lead to a draw or anything. Just even if
Yeah,
you're nervous, it's very hard to blunder because the opponent has no threats.
yeah, and it also makes sense not to do anything that requires calculation, but keep making moves. And for for black, she needs actually 30 seconds is a lot of time in general, you know. Especially in today's times when people are more used to playing shorter formats. 30 seconds is a pretty reasonable amount of time for a move. It's not as bad a time pressure as, let's say, when you have 2 seconds in a blitz game, or when you have 10 seconds in a rapid.
Yeah, and Jun is very, very used to playing online, playing a lot of online those events. Has seen
Mhm.
that, so not unusual for her to be in time trouble. But it is concerning that she did make a move with under 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Like
8 seconds left or
Yeah,
so.
theoretically,
but now she
theoretically,
can play king f8, king e7, I think.
yeah, she can.
But
Did
she'll
she?
wait. She'll wait for like the last minute, just to keep us on our toes.
That's another thing that was always mentioned to me by coaches, but I was struggling to implement it in practice. Practice is that yeah, in these kind of dominant positions, you should just do a couple of moves if you're running low on time, and
Yeah.
never make any decisions when you are on the last minute. Just get those 30 seconds a few times, and that's it.
She has played king f8, right?
Still waiting for the update.
We
I
don't
don't
have a
know.
move yet.
I think it's just not updating, but I think she has played king f8.
Yeah,
Well, she
100% she's made a move. We just don't see it yet. Or maybe I need to
Yeah.
refresh.
she
Do you
could
see
have
it?
played also rook a8, but
Yeah.
no, we don't have a move.
Okay.
I'm sure she must have made a move by now because of how much time she has.
There could have been made also already multiple moves as well. Yeah, king f8 is on the board.
Yeah,
There we
king
go.
f8 has been made, and I
Right.
see Ju and Jun has 41 seconds, and
Yeah, just
did she play bishop d5?
yeah, but just after king f8, the evaluation bar it seemed like it dropped very much so, or it was just my trick of an eye.
No,
Just
it has dropped a bit, but maybe not significantly so. And she has king e7 in any case now, so she's not really dropping anything because bishop into f3, there's rook f6 check followed by rook f4.
Mm-hmm.
okay, we can show that attacking here, and now actually we can just. Oh no, we can promote with a check. I thought maybe we can start try to make some fortress or something, but
And
could we?
not with the opposite color bishop.
Yeah, that's too ambitious. Uh,
Oh,
but
I thought
some
all of that
funny,
happened. Oh my gosh. I need to get with the program. Let me refresh.
some funny lines like that is exactly what you can blunder playing on the seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Well,
absolutely. Those rook f5 lines, right?
And
And then
bishop
suddenly
takes
there's a
f3.
fortress.
Mm-hmm.
You're also scared of missing stuff like that, I think, in general.
what about if can we manage h4 somewhere with an idea to take on f3 in the next move?
Could you check
There's
first?
no.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
also the
Bishop
yeah, check
d5.
first
Bishop
and just take
d2.
on. No, bishop. Yeah, now bishop d2 and rook
I think it's
h6.
mate. Yeah.
Ooh, again, nice. Okay, so we can do that. No forced lines. They're just unavailable.
keeping an eye on the live clock. 2.5 minutes left for Tan, and the 43 seconds. Yeah, Ju's been playing on seconds for the last couple of moves. And it's crazy how that's
But
translated.
it feels like she's home now because I really don't see a move for black to continue the game.
Was there something better here instead of bishop d5? How to still keep it going? Just to keep this to be worse, but not to be
H4
worse.
now, I think, because rook into e6 doesn't work.
Ooh.
H4, G into H4, rook into H4, rook e6, f e6.
And here we have rook
wow.
h8.
Wow.
Okay, yeah, that's... Oh, okay, so this was the chance still to fight for something. This very
Yeah,
moment.
this would have made things tricky for white, especially with seconds.
And
Now she
just
has
really-
gone for H4, but after rook f6 check, it feels hopeless.
I think she's gonna go to this direction. No,
Yeah,
but-
but then just G into H4, yeah? Like,
yeah.
white will be 2 pawns up. And an H puzzle.
So, but this was the last moment previously, h4 to play for... to stay in the game, at least.
Yeah.
Now it was over, yeah.
And maybe she just, maybe she saw this a move too late that she could have played H4 on the previous move.
Yeah, so here we don't expect any tension any longer.
Yeah, rook f6 check and just pick the H4 pawn. That sounds so much like what Jew engine would do in general.
Very smooth conversion.
Yeah, clinical precision.
Yeah, that was a very, very difficult endgame to convert. There were so many ways to just equalize, and with very normal looking moves too.
Absolutely, but once she got that extra pawn, I think we really underestimated how difficult. I underestimated how difficult that position was to hold.
It's a little bit like she got schooled, you know, you could say, on
Oh
how
dear.
convincing was the end game from the white side played. Like sometimes it says that your opponent is just like you can't really do anything, object in any way, no matter how hard you try. And it's like just getting this technical kind of endgame and then just pushing. Like, of course, it's just one game and one position and just not saying anything bad. It's just such a saying that is often used how some senior players are playing against juniors, you know, exactly
Yeah.
this kind of style and this scenario of a game.
Now I can just push the H pawn. H5, H6, H7. Black cannot prevent it. And if the rook moves anywhere from the c file, then white will just take rook into e6 check. So it's game over. Also, reminds me how important Jew Engine's decision to take bishop into d5 was at that precise moment. Allowing 93 and seeing this move h4, which took us quite a while to find actually. And I think that was one of the biggest turning points in the game.
Yeah, and I think that Tan also missed this h4 idea by how she spent time on both of those things. She probably noticed h4 after bishop d5, but I think she didn't see it before. And that's why she took so long time on 93 that she was not comfortable with the position that's coming out there, and she was like trying to find like how to avoid it. No, this was a very good-looking game by Ju and Jun. Just very impressive. And after a loss in the previous game, she took the rest day, gathered herself, and came back and delivered such a nice, instructive game. Just very, very impressive. And that's why she has been winning those matches so consistently. Like even if she loses, she just strikes back.
And the headline.
She strikes back in such a safe way, yeah, like where she outplays her opponent.
Mhm.
without risking anything, which is like the dream actually.
Yeah. Well, the headline for today is "Do not hurry." So if anyone's writing an article about this game, there we go. Got your title ready for you. Yeah. But what a great way to equalize the match as well, because there's one more game tomorrow before the rest day on Tuesday. And I believe there's actually quite a few rest days in a row this weekend. Do you think it's some Chinese holiday or?
This is because they are changing cities.
Oh, okay. Wait, I read
First, yeah,
about that. Yeah.
first 6 games are gonna be played in Shanghai,
Mhm.
and the last 6 are in Chongqing. And they, in between, they have like one rest day, which would be normally, and one travel day. So that's why we have 2 days free in the middle of the match.
Mhm. That makes sense.
Okay, so she's losing the third pawn as well. Oh no, not yet.
I suppose
Just
just
promoting.
promoting. Yeah.
Well, I mean, technically you can just take rook f7,
If you want to
but
be cheeky.
yeah. So when my opponent plays without resigning for a really long time, then I don't mind making it a bit longer.
Oh
Okay,
no,
this is over.
Sri.
The game is over. We have a result.
Indeed, we do have a result. That was a lot of fun. I know it was really long and we were waiting for certain, critical moments to appear, but I think that was super instructive. I learned a lot from that. Did you guys enjoy it?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. I
that was
thoroughly
very
enjoyed it.
fun.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Indeed.
actually, I just remembered, I, which was the moment? I think it was. Okay, I think it was exactly 50 moves since the moment that I said that this game is gonna go on for 50 more moves.
Oh my gosh, are you serious? Okay. Okay, so the next time you try to speak
Yeah.
something into existence, Toms, please choose something that is more favorable to the commentators. No, this was a lot of fun. And Sri, will you be joining us again tomorrow, or are you just a special guest for one day?
I'm just a special guest for one day, but
Oh,
maybe I'll join you sometime later.
I guess I have to take this off then. Sad.
Yeah,
Well,
sorry about that.
well, it's certainly a pleasure having you here, and it was a lot of
Likewise,
fun.
it was an absolute pleasure to be here.
Yeah, and
And
definitely raised our average elo.
I'm sure there'll be many more who would raise it even further in the coming days.
I'm sure of it. Well, thank you very much. And any final remarks before we end the stream?
No, just one more time. Big congratulations to Ju and Jin for equalizing the match. Very impressive performance. And yeah, thanks everybody for watching. And that's, I guess, all from my side.
Yeah, likewise, big congratulations to Jude for equalizing and also setting the tone of the match, which is, I think, poised beautifully. Also, it feels great to have two decisive results in just 3 games, which sets the tone for an exciting match,
Mhm.
similar to the Gukesh match. And looking forward to many more such exciting games. And yeah, also big shout out to the chat who stayed with us all through 6 hours today. And for you, Jesse, probably it's 15 hours running, yeah?
It is. I had a 9 hour stream yesterday. It was very long. But I enjoyed it. And yeah, I think I just live online now. This is my life. No, I enjoyed every moment of it. Okay, so we will see you again, same time tomorrow for game number 4. And thank you, Sri, for being here. It was such a pleasure. And of course, Tom's, as always. We will see you next time.
Okay,
Bye bye.
bye.